Welcome to the Romance Fiction Club, where different romance authors come together to share their romance works. If you think our library is missing a romance genre you love, please let us know in the comments. We will do our best to make that content available. Please subscribe to the channel so we can keep creating free audiobooks for you to enjoy. Thank you so much for being with us, and have a wonderful listening.
This content is adapted in order to comply with YouTube guidelines. If you wish to access hundreds of romance novels filled with steamy scenes, join the club through the link available in the description. Please like this video and subscribe to our channel, and thank you.
Wolf's Redemption, a wolf shifter romance, written by Ravenna Hart. Chapter 1. The acrid scent of formaldehyde stung Tessa's nostrils as she peered into the microscope, adjusting the focus with usual precision. The stark white walls of the lab seemed to close in around her, a sterile prison that couldn't be further from the lush forests she longed to explore. Just a few more samples, she murmured to herself, scribbling notes in her lab book. The hum of fluorescent lights overhead droned on, an incessant buzz that set her teeth on edge. Tessa's gaze drifted to the small potted fern on her desk, her one allowance of nature in this clinical space. Its vibrant green fronds reached towards the artificial light, a stark reminder of the world beyond these walls. She sighed, pushing back from the microscope and rubbing her tired eyes. The weight of deadlines and expectations pressed down on her shoulders, suffocating her passion for discovery. What am I doing here? Tessa wondered, her thoughts drifting to sun-dappled forest floors and the music of birdsong. There's so much out there to learn, to experience, and I'm stuck in this. She gestured at the sterile lab equipment surrounding her. This box! The chemical smell of cleaning agents assaulted her senses as she stood, pacing the small lab. Each step on the cold linoleum floor felt like another tether holding her back from her true calling. I need to get out, Tessa muttered, her fingers trailing along the edge of her desk. I need to breathe real air to feel soil beneath my feet. She paused at the window, pressing her palm against the cool glass. The city sprawled before her, a concrete jungle that seemed to mock her desire for wilderness. Skyscrapers reached towards the sky, their reflective surfaces a poor imitation of the majesty of ancient trees. Tessa felt a sudden longing. I can't keep doing this, she whispered, her breath fogging the glass. I need to escape, even if it's just for a little while. The lab door swung open with a familiar squeak, and Tessa turned to see a flash of vibrant red hair. Mara strode in, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. All right, spill it, Tess. What's got you looking like a caged animal? Mara quipped, perching herself on the edge of Tessa's desk. Tessa couldn't help but smile. Even in her restless state, Mara's presence was a comfort. Is it that obvious? Please, Mara scoffed, rolling her eyes dramatically. I've known you since we were stealing cookies from Mrs. Johnson's kitchen. You're practically screaming, "Get me out of here with those puppy dog eyes." Tessa sighed, leaning against the window. Remember that time we snuck out to camp in your backyard? Mara chuckled. How could I forget? You spent the whole night naming constellations while I tried not to freak out over every twig snap. I miss that, Tessa admitted, her voice soft. The excitement, the freedom. Mara, I think I need to go on a trip. A real one. Out in the wilderness. Mara's eyebrows shot up. Whoa, slow down there, Pocahontas. What kind of trip are we talking about? Tessa's eyes lit up, her words tumbling out in a rush. There's this secluded forest upstate. It's perfect for hiking, barely touched by civilization. I could spend a week there, just me and nature. No deadlines, no fluorescent lights, no cell phone service. No cell service? Mara gasped in mock horror. How will you survive without my witty texts? Tessa laughed, feeling some of the tension ease from her shoulders. I think I'll manage. But seriously, Mara, I need this. The city, the lab, it's all closing in on me. I need to breathe, to remember why I fell in love with biology in the first place. Mara's teasing smile softened into understanding. I get it, Tess. You've been cooped up in this lab for months. A girl can only take so many petri dishes before she snaps. Tessa nodded, her gaze drifting back to the window. It's more than that. I feel like I'm losing touch with what really matters in my research. Out there, in the forest, I could observe ecosystems firsthand, maybe even stumble upon something new. Who knows what kind of inspiration I might find? All right, Diane Fossey, Mara said, playfully nudging Tessa's shoulder. Just promise me you won't go full hermit and decide to live among the wolves or something. Tessa laughed, a spark of excitement igniting in her chest. No promises, but really, do you think I'm crazy for wanting to do this? Mara shook her head, her green eyes serious. Not at all. If anyone can handle a solo hiking trip, it's you. Just be careful, okay? And maybe invest in a satellite phone or something, for my peace of mind. As Mara's words sank in, Tessa felt even more the need to go. This wasn't just a fleeting fancy. It was something she needed to do. She straightened up, a smile spreading across her face. I'm really going to do this, aren't I? Looks like it, Mara grinned. And hey, who knows? Maybe you'll come back with some groundbreaking discovery, or at least some killer Instagram pics. Tessa rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress her growing excitement. The thought of leaving the city behind, of immersing herself in the natural world she loved so much, filled her with a sense of anticipation and relief. It was as if a weight she hadn't even realized she'd been carrying had suddenly lifted. Thanks, Mara, she said softly, for understanding, for always having my back. Tessa's apartment buzzed with nervous energy as she meticulously packed her backpack. Her hands moved quickly, each item carefully considered and placed. Water purification tablets, check. First aid kit, check, she murmured, her brow furrowed in concentration. She paused, holding up a small field journal. Its leather cover was worn, the pages filled with her neat handwriting and detailed sketches of various plant species. Tessa smiled, running her fingers over the embossed title. Can't forget you, she whispered, tucking it securely into a side pocket. As she zipped up the backpack, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Am I really ready for this? She wondered aloud, her voice barely audible. Shaking off the uncertainty, Tessa squared her shoulders. No turning back now, she told herself firmly. This is what you've been dreaming of. The journey to the trailhead passed in a blur of anticipation. As Tessa stepped out of her rideshare, the cacophony of the city still ringing in her ears, she was struck by the sudden change in atmosphere. The air here was different. Crisp, clean, tinged with the scent of pine and earth. She took a deep breath, feeling the tension in her shoulders start to melt away. Oh, wow, she breathed, her eyes widening as she took in the towering trees and the narrow path disappearing into their depths. A chickadee's call pierced the air, startling her. Tessa laughed softly, the sound of her own voice seeming out of place in this new world. Hello to you too, she said, smiling up at the tiny bird. As she adjusted her backpack straps, Tessa was excited and eager to explore. The forest stretched before her, vast and unknown. Well, she murmured to herself, here goes nothing. With one last glance at the world she was leaving behind, Tessa took her first step onto the trail. The soft crunch of leaves beneath her boots was oddly satisfying, and she found herself grinning. Time to see what you've got in store for me, she told the forest, her voice filled with wonder and anticipation. Tessa's pace quickened as she delved deeper into the forest, her senses awakening to the vibrant world around her. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a dappled pattern on the forest floor that danced with each gust of wind. This is incredible, she whispered, pausing to examine a bright red mushroom peeking out from beneath a fallen log. Her biologist's mind whirred with questions and observations. I wonder if that's an Amanita muscaria. As she continued her trek, the path began to narrow, winding between ancient trees whose gnarled roots seemed to reach out towards her. The air grew thicker, filled with the earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp soil. Tessa's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. I've never been this far in before, she mused aloud, her voice barely audible above the rustling leaves and distant bird calls. A twig snapped somewhere off the trail, causing Tessa to whirl around. "Hello?" she called out, her voice wavering slightly. Only the whisper of the wind answered her. She chuckled nervously, trying to shake off the sudden chill that ran down her spine. "Get it together, Tessa. It's probably just a squirrel." As she pressed on, the forest seemed to close in around her. The familiar markers of the well-trodden path began to fade, replaced by an untamed wilderness that both thrilled and unnerved her. "This is what you wanted, right?" Tessa muttered to herself, her eyes darting from tree to tree. A real adventure, away from the sterile world of the lab. Despite her growing unease, Tessa couldn't deny the rush of adrenaline coursing through her veins. This was the unknown she had craved, the raw, unfiltered nature she had longed to explore. Suddenly, Tessa found herself facing a fork in the trail. Two paths diverged before her, each offering a distinct journey into the depths of the forest. She paused, her brow furrowing as she considered her options. "Well, this is unexpected," she murmured, her eyes darting between the two paths. The left trail seemed well-worn, winding gently through a sunlit grove. The right path, however, was overgrown and mysterious, disappearing into a shadowy thicket. Tessa closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She could almost feel the forest's energy pulsing around her, whispering secrets she longed to uncover. Her scientific mind urged caution, but her heart yearned for discovery. "What would Mara say?" Tessa chuckled softly, imagining her friend's reaction. "Take the safe path, Tess. But where's the fun in that?" She opened her eyes, boldness gleaming in their depths. "I came here for an adventure, didn't I?" she said to herself, her voice growing stronger. "To push my boundaries and explore the unknown?" With a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration, Tessa took her first step onto the less-traveled path. The undergrowth crunched beneath her boots, and a cool breeze caressed her face, almost as if the forest was welcoming her choice. "Into the wild we go," Tessa whispered, a smile tugging at her lips. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted territory, she asked herself, "What wonders await for me in this untamed wilderness? What secrets could I uncover?" And then she disappears into the shadows of the forest, leaving behind the familiar, to embrace the thrilling of the unknown. Chapter 2. The forest exhaled a crisp autumn breath as Rowan emerged from its depths, his heavy boots crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves. The familiar silhouette of his cabin materialized through the twilight haze, a beacon of solitude in the encroaching darkness. Rowan's muscles ached from the day's exertions, a welcome reminder of his connection to this wild place. As he approached the weathered porch, a flicker of movement caught his eye. His body tensed instinctively, senses sharpening. A doe and her fawn bounded away, startled by his presence. Rowan's shoulders relaxed, but a pang of loneliness pierced his chest. "Just us again," he murmured to the empty air, his low voice barely audible above the whisper of wind through the trees. Inside the cabin, Rowan's skillful hands moved swiftly to ignite the hearth. The familiar ritual grounded him, pushing away memories of a life long abandoned. As flames licked hungrily at the dry kindling, he pondered the day's discoveries. New animal tracks, a hidden grove of wild mushrooms, the ghostly call of a barred owl. The fire crackled to life, casting dancing shadows across rough-hewn walls. Rowan sank to his knees before it, savoring the growing warmth as it chased away the forest's chill. His eyes closed, allowing the heat to seep into his bones. "What am I doing out here?" The unbidden thought surfaced, as it often did in these quiet moments. Running? Hiding? Or finally living? He pushed the questions aside, focusing instead on the primal comfort of fire and shelter. This was his home now, for better or worse. The forest understood him in a way no person ever had, or so he told himself. As Rowan rose to stoke the flames higher, a sudden howl pierced the night. He froze, every nerve alight with recognition and something deeper, an inexplicable yearning. "Easy," he whispered, unsure if he was addressing the unseen wolf or his own racing heart. "We all have our secrets out here." The fire blazed brighter, filling the cabin with golden light and the scent of wood smoke. Rowan allowed himself a rare smile, knowing that beyond these walls, the night held both danger and possibility. For now, though, he was content to bask in this moment of hard-earned peace. Rowan's calloused fingers traced the spine of a worn leather journal as he retrieved it from the shelf. The book held a history as complex as his own, pages filled with meticulous sketches and scrawled observations of the forest that had become his sanctuary. He settled into the familiar embrace of his favorite armchair, the leather creaking softly beneath his weight. With practiced fingers, he flipped through the journal, pausing at a detailed drawing of a rare orchid he'd discovered last spring. "Still haven't seen another one like you," he murmured, his low voice barely audible above the crackling fire. Rowan's eyes lingered on the delicate petals he'd captured in ink, a stark contrast to the rugged wilderness surrounding him. A memory flickered, soft laughter, the brush of fingertips against his skin, but he pushed it away, focusing instead on the present. Reaching for the steaming cup of herbal tea on the side table, he inhaled deeply, letting the earthy aroma ground him. The first sip spread warmth through his chest, a comforting counterpoint to the chill that often seemed to reside there. "Is this enough?" The thought rose unbidden as he gazed at the journal in his lap. This solitude, this peace? "It has to be," he answered himself aloud, his voice rough with an emotion he refused to name. The journal's pages rustled as he turned them, each sketch a testament to the life he'd chosen, or perhaps the one that had chosen him. A soft padding sound drew Rowan's attention from the journal. Eli, his constant companion, approached with quiet grace, his keen eyes fixed on Rowan. The wolf's presence filled the room, a silent force of nature contained within fur and muscle. Rowan set aside his tea, watching as Eli crossed the short distance between them. "What is it, old friend?" he murmured, his voice softening in a way it rarely did for anyone else. Eli responded by gently nudging Rowan's hand with his snout, a familiar gesture that spoke volumes. The wolf's breath was warm against Rowan's skin, a reminder of the living, breathing bond they shared. "Ah, I see," Rowan said, a ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. "Feeling neglected, are we?" He reached out, burying his fingers in the thick fur at Eli's neck. The coarse outer coat gave way to the softer undercoat, a texture Rowan knew as well as his own skin. As he stroked Eli's fur, he felt the wolf's solid strength beneath, a reassuring presence that had seen him through countless dark nights. Rowan's mind drifted to the years they'd spent together, the trials they'd faced. "You've never left my side, have you?" he mused aloud, his voice barely above a whisper. Eli's only response was to press closer, resting his head on Rowan's knee. The weight was comforting, grounding in a way little else was these days. "Sometimes I wonder," Rowan continued, his fingers still moving through Eli's fur, "if you understand more than you let on, about why we're here, why we left." He trailed off, the unfinished thought hanging in the air between them. Eli's eyes, wise beyond measure, seemed to hold the answers Rowan sought, if only he knew how to ask. Rowan gently patted Eli's head and rose from his chair, his joints creaking in quiet protest. He crossed the room to a worn oak dresser, its surface marked by years of use. With ease, he pulled open the bottom drawer, revealing a collection of maps and charts. "Time to plan our next move, old friend," Rowan murmured, selecting a particularly weathered map and unfolding it on the nearby table. The parchment crackled beneath his fingers as he smoothed it out, tracing the familiar contours of the forest. His fingertip followed a winding path, pausing at various landmarks etched in faded ink. "What do you think, Eli? The eastern ridge or perhaps the valley to the south?" Rowan asked, glancing at the wolf who had padded over to join him. Eli tilted his head, his amber eyes fixed on the map as if he understood every detail. Rowan chuckled softly. Right, as if you'd choose anything but the route with the most game. As he continued to study the map, a gentle patter against the window pane caught his attention. Rowan looked up, his gaze drawn to the forest beyond. Raindrops cascaded down the glass, transforming the view into a shimmering, distorted version of reality. Well, he muttered, moving closer to the window. Looks like Mother Nature's decided to throw us a curveball. The forest, usually a tapestry of greens and browns, now glistened with a silvery sheen. Each leaf seemed to dance under the rain's gentle assault, creating a mesmerizing display of movement and light. Rowan pressed his palm against the cool glass, feeling the subtle vibrations of the raindrops. It's been a while since we've seen a storm like this, hasn't it? Rowan's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of satisfaction sparking within them. He turned from the window, his gaze sweeping across the cabin's interior before landing on his worn leather jacket hanging by the door. What do you say we brave the elements, old friend? He asked, his voice a low rumble as he addressed Eli. The wolf's ears perked up, his tail swishing with anticipation. Rowan strode towards the door, each step purposeful. He shrugged on the jacket, its familiar weight settling comfortably on his broad shoulders. The leather creaked softly as he moved, a sound that brought a fleeting smile to his usually stoic face. Can't let a little rain keep us cooped up, can we? He muttered, more to himself than to Eli. As he bent to lace up his sturdy boots, Rowan's mind wandered. Why did he feel this sudden urge to venture out? Was it the call of the wild, or something deeper, more primal? Ready? He asked Eli, who stood attentively by the door. The wolf gave a soft whine in response, his tail wagging with increased vigor. Rowan pulled open the cabin door, and immediately, the scent of rain-soaked earth assaulted his senses. He inhaled deeply, savoring the rich, earthy aroma. After you, he said, gesturing to Eli. The wolf bounded out, his paws splashing in the forming puddles. Rowan followed, closing the door behind him with a soft click. As they stepped onto the forest trail, the rain intensified, creating a soothing symphony around them. Droplets clung to Rowan's eyelashes, blurring his vision momentarily before he blinked them away. It's been too long since we've done this, Rowan murmured, his voice nearly lost in the gentle roar of the rain. Rowan's footsteps fell into a familiar rhythm as he navigated the slick trail, his muscles remembering the contours of the land even as his mind wandered. The forest around him was a tapestry of muted greens and browns, the colors intensified by the rain. Suddenly, a flash of vibrant color caught his eye. Rowan paused, his gaze drawn to a clearing just off the path. There, nestled among the subdued hues of the forest floor, was a patch of wildflowers in full bloom. Well, would you look at that? He breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. Eli padded over to investigate, his nose twitching as he sniffed at the colorful blossoms. Rowan crouched down, his weathered hands hovering just above the delicate petals. The flowers were a riot of purples, yellows, and pinks, their vibrancy a stark contrast to the somber forest backdrop. Beautiful, aren't they? He mused, a rare softness creeping into his tone. Makes you wonder how something so fragile can thrive in all this. As he studied the flowers, a sense of tranquility washed over him. For a moment, the weight of his past, the memories that usually hung heavy on his shoulders, seemed to lift. In their place, a forgotten feeling blossomed. Hope. Maybe there's still some beauty left in this world after all, eh, Eli? Rowan said, his voice thick with emotion he rarely allowed himself to feel. Eli whined softly in response, pressing his wet nose against Rowan's hand. It was about time to head back to the cabin. Chapter 3. The forest seemed to close in around Tessa, its looming shadows swallowing the last vestiges of twilight. Her heart raced as she stumbled through the underbrush, twigs snapping beneath her feet. The chill air nipped at her exposed skin, raising goosebumps along her arms. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, A faint glimmer of light pierced the gloom. Tessa's breath caught in her throat. Could it be? She pushed forward, ignoring the brambles that snagged at her clothes. The trees parted, revealing a rustic cabin nestled in a small clearing. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, promising warmth and safety. Tessa's legs nearly buckled with relief as she stumbled toward the weathered wooden door. Her knuckles connected with the rough surface, the sound echoing in the stillness. "Hello?" she called, her voice quavering. "Is anyone there? Please, I need help." Seconds stretched into an eternity as Tessa waited, shivering. Just as she raised her hand to knock again, the door creaked open. A tall, imposing figure filled the doorway, backlit by the warm glow from within. Tessa's gaze traveled upward, taking in the man's broad shoulders and chiseled features before locking onto his eyes, piercing and wary, like a wolf sizing up an intruder. "What do you want?" he growled, his deep voice sending an involuntary shiver down Tessa's spine. She swallowed hard, fighting to keep her voice steady. "I'm lost. I've been wandering for hours and I can't find my way back to the trail. Please, I just need shelter for the night." The man's gaze raked over her, assessing. Tessa held her breath, acutely aware of how vulnerable she was. After what felt like an eternity, he stepped back, grudgingly opening the door wider. "Come in," he muttered, "but don't touch anything." Tessa didn't need to be told twice. She hurried inside, the warmth of the cabin enveloping her like a comforting embrace. As her eyes adjusted to the light, she took in the sparse furnishings and the lingering scent of pine and wood smoke. The man, Rowan, she presumed, closed the door behind her with a soft click. Tessa turned to face him, struck anew by the intensity of his presence. He stood with his arms crossed, muscles rippling beneath his flannel shirt, radiating an aura of barely contained power. "Thank you," Tessa began, but Rowan cut her off with a curt nod. "You can stay until morning," he said, his tone brooking no argument. "Then I'll show you the way back to the trail." Tessa nodded, a mixture of gratitude and curiosity warring within her. Who was this enigmatic man, and what secrets lay hidden behind those guarded eyes? Despite her exhaustion, her innate inquisitiveness stirred to life. She had a feeling there was far more to Rowan than met the eye, and she intended to uncover the truth. She gazed at Rowan. "I can't thank you enough for your kindness," she said, her voice soft yet filled with genuine appreciation. "I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't found your cabin." A flicker of something, intrigue perhaps, passed through Rowan's piercing eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He shifted his weight, his imposing frame casting a shadow across the room. "It's nothing," he replied, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. "The forest can be unforgiving at night." Tessa's scientific curiosity piqued at his words. She tilted her head, studying him with the same intensity she'd used to examine a rare specimen. "You seem to know a lot about these woods," she ventured, her tone laced with interest. Rowan's jaw tightened, but he gave a curt nod. "I've lived here a while," he said, his sentences clipped and measured. "The land speaks, if you know how to listen." His words sent a shiver down Tessa's spine, not of fear, but of sheer curiosity. Here was a man who understood the wild in a way she'd always dreamed of. She opened her mouth to ask another question, but Rowan turned away, busying himself with stoking the fire. As she watched him work, Tessa couldn't help but thinking of the secrets this enigmatic man might hold. And why did she feel so drawn to him despite his gruff exterior? She knew one thing for certain: her adventure in these woods was just beginning. Tessa's gaze wandered around the cabin, taking in the rough-hewn logs and the soft glow of oil lamps. The tension between them hung thick in the air, but her curiosity outweighed any discomfort. She cleared her throat softly. "This cabin, it's so charming," she ventured, her voice warm with genuine appreciation. "Did you build it yourself?" Rowan turned from the fire, his piercing eyes meeting hers. For a moment, Tessa thought she saw a flicker of surprise in their depths. "I did," he replied, his gruff tone softening almost imperceptibly. "Every log, every nail." Tessa's eyes widened. "That's incredible," she breathed, her admiration evident. "It must have taken years." Rowan's shoulders relaxed slightly and he gestured around the room. "Built it to last," he explained, his words still measured but less guarded. "Simple, but it keeps out the cold and the rain." As he spoke, Tessa noticed how his calloused hands moved, emphasizing his words. She found herself captivated by the juxtaposition of strength and gentleness in his movements. "It feels safe," she admitted, surprised by her own candor. "Like a sanctuary in the wild." Something shifted in Rowan's expression, a hint of vulnerability peeking through his stoic facade. "That's what it is," he said softly, his gaze drifting to the window where the dark forest loomed. "A place to breathe when the world gets too loud." Tessa's heart quickened at this glimpse into Rowan's inner world. She longed to ask more, to unravel the mystery of this enigmatic man, but she held back, sensing the fragility of the moment. Instead, she simply nodded, offering a small smile. "I can see why you love it here," she said softly, her words bridging the space between them. Tessa's curiosity, fueled by Rowan's subtle shift in demeanor, bubbled to the surface. She tucked a strand of dark hair behind her ear, her brown eyes alight with genuine interest. "How did you come to find this place?" she asked, her voice warm and inviting. "What drew you to the forest?" Rowan's piercing gaze met hers, a flicker of hesitation passing over his rugged features. He inhaled deeply, as if weighing his words carefully. "It called to me," he finally said, his low voice carrying an unexpected intensity. "The silence, the wildness. It spoke to something inside me." Tessa leaned forward, captivated. "What do you mean?" Rowan's eyes drifted to the window where the silhouettes of towering pines swayed in the twilight. "Out here, everything's stripped bare," he continued, his words gaining momentum. "No pretense, no noise. Just you and the earth beneath your feet." As he spoke, Tessa noticed a change in his posture. The tension in his broad shoulders eased, and his hands, usually clenched, relaxed at his sides. "I've always felt different," Rowan admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "Like I didn't quite fit. But here..." He gestured to the surrounding forest, his eyes coming alive with a fierce light. "Here, I can breathe. I can be who I truly am." Tessa recognized the raw emotion in Rowan's words. She found herself drawn to this unexpected vulnerability, wanting to understand more. "And who is that?" she asked softly, her scientific mind yearning to unravel the complexities of the man before her. Rowan's piercing gaze locked onto Tessa, the intensity in his eyes making her breath catch. For a moment, she thought he might reveal everything, but then his jaw clenched, and the walls seemed to go back up. "Someone who values his privacy," he said gruffly, turning away. Tessa's heart fluttered, a mix of disappointment and intrigue washing over her. She watched as Rowan moved to stoke the fire once more, the firelight dancing across his muscular frame. Her eyes traced the strong line of his back, and she found herself imagining what it would be like to run her fingers along his skin. "I'm sorry," she said softly, her cheeks flushing at her own thoughts. "I didn't mean to pry." Rowan glanced back at her, his expression softening slightly. "It's all right," he murmured. "You're different." Tessa's pulse quickened at his words. "Different how?" Rowan turned to face her fully, his eyes searching hers. There was a conflict there, a battle between desire and caution that made Tessa's breath hitch. "You see things," he said slowly, his voice low and rough. "Things others miss." Tessa stood, drawn to him like a moth to a flame. "What things?" He took a step towards her, then hesitated, his hands clenching at his sides. "I shouldn't..." he began, then trailed off, his eyes never leaving hers. The air between them crackled with tension, and Tessa found herself yearning to close the distance, to unravel the mystery that was Rowan Gray. Tessa's heart raced as she sensed Rowan's inner turmoil. Without thinking, she reached out, her fingers gently brushing against his arm. The contact sent a spark through her, and she saw Rowan stiffen, his eyes widening. "It's okay," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. I think I understand." Rowan's gaze bore into her, searching for any sign of fear or rejection. "You can't possibly—" "The way you move," Tessa said softly, her hand still resting on his arm. "The connection you have with the forest. It's more than just familiarity, isn't it?" A low growl rumbled in Rowan's chest, sending a shiver down Tessa's spine. "Tessa," he warned, but didn't pull away. She took a step closer, her heart pounding. "You're not just a man, are you?" For a moment, Rowan remained frozen, the air thick with tension. Then, with a shuddering breath, he closed his eyes. "No," he admitted, his voice barely audible. "I'm not." Tessa's fingers tightened slightly on his arm, not in fear, but in reassurance. "Show me," she whispered. Rowan's eyes snapped open, a mix of surprise and longing in their depths. "You're not afraid?" "No," Tessa said, surprising herself with the certainty in her voice. "I trust you." With a groan that was half anguish, half relief, Rowan pulled her into his arms. Tessa gasped as she found herself pressed against his broad chest, feeling the rapid beat of his heart. "You don't know what you're asking," Rowan murmured into her hair, his arms tightening around her. Tessa tilted her head back, meeting his gaze. "Then show me," she repeated, her voice steady despite the tremor in her body. Chapter 4. The world melted away as Tessa's lips met Rowan's, a jolt of electricity coursing through her body. His strong arms encircled her waist, pulling her closer until she could feel the thundering of his heart against her chest. The kiss deepened, igniting a fire in her veins that threatened to consume her entirely. Tessa's fingers tangled in Rowan's hair, reveling in its softness. His scent, a heady mixture of pine and musk, enveloped her, making her head spin. She couldn't remember the last time she'd felt so alive, so present in a single moment. As their lips parted, Tessa's eyes fluttered open, meeting Rowan's intense gaze. The raw emotion she saw there took her breath away. For a moment, they stood in silence, chests heaving, the air between them charged with unspoken desire. "I'm Tessa," she finally whispered, her voice husky with want. "Tessa Reyes." Rowan's lips quirked into a small smile, softening his rugged features. "Rowan Gray," he replied, his deep voice sending shivers down her spine. Tessa's mind raced, torn between her scientific curiosity and the primal need pulsing through her body. She wanted to know everything about this enigmatic man, to unravel the mysteries that lurked behind his piercing eyes. "What brings you to these woods, Tessa Reyes?" Rowan asked, his hands still resting on her waist. She took a steadying breath, trying to focus her thoughts. "I'm a biologist," she explained, her enthusiasm for her work bleeding into her voice. "I came here to study the local ecosystem, to immerse myself in nature." Rowan nodded, a flicker of interest crossing his face. "And what have you discovered so far?" Tessa's eyes lit up. "Oh, so much! The biodiversity here is incredible. Just yesterday, I spotted a rare species of orchid that I've only ever seen in textbooks." As she spoke, Tessa noticed a change in Rowan's demeanor. The guarded look in his eyes softened, replaced by genuine curiosity. It made her wonder what other layers of complexity lay beneath his stoic exterior. "And you?" she asked, her fingers absently tracing patterns on his chest. "What's your story, Rowan Gray?" A shadow passed over his face, and for a moment, Tessa feared she'd overstepped. But then Rowan's expression cleared, and he offered her a small, enigmatic smile. "My story is tied to these woods," he said simply. "They're my home, my sanctuary." Tessa's heart raced at this glimpse into Rowan's life. She wanted to ask more, to delve deeper into the mysteries surrounding him. But something held her back, a sense that there was more to uncover, given time and trust. Instead, she leaned in, brushing her lips against his once more. The kiss was softer this time, a promise of things to come. As they parted, Tessa knew with certainty that her journey into these woods had led her to someone, far more fascinating than any scientific discovery she could have imagined. Tessa's curiosity burned within her, a flame stoked by Rowan's cryptic response. She couldn't resist probing further, her scientist's mind craving more data, more understanding of this enigmatic man. "The forest as your sanctuary," she mused, her brown eyes searching his face. "What draws you to it so strongly?" Rowan's gaze drifted to the cabin window, where moonlight filtered through the pines. His voice, when he spoke, was low and measured. "It's simpler here. No pretenses, no expectations. Just survival and solitude." Tessa nodded, her own experiences in the wilderness resonating with his words. "I can understand that appeal. But doesn't it ever get lonely?" A muscle twitched in Rowan's jaw, and Tessa wondered if she'd struck a nerve. But when he turned back to her, there was a glimmer of something in his eyes, a mix of pain and longing that made her heart ache. "Loneliness is familiar," he admitted, "but it's safer than the alternative." Intrigued, Tessa pressed gently. "What alternative?" Rowan's hand found hers, his firm fingers intertwining with her own. "Connection. Vulnerability." He paused, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Loss." The weight of unspoken history hung in the air between them. Tessa's thoughts raced, piecing together the fragments of Rowan's past. What had happened to make this strong, passionate man retreat so deeply into himself? "Tell me," she urged softly, squeezing his hand. "I want to understand." Rowan's gaze met hers, and for a moment, Tessa felt as if she could see straight into his soul. The pain and longing she glimpsed there made her breath catch in her throat. "I had a life once," he began, his voice rough with emotion. "A family, friends, a career I loved, but it all fell apart in an instant." His fingers tightened around hers. "An accident. I couldn't save them." Tessa's heart clenched, empathy washing over her. She wanted to pull him close, to soothe away the years of guilt and isolation, but she held back, sensing he needed to continue. "After that, I couldn't bear to be around people. Their pity, their expectations, it was suffocating. So I came here, where the forest doesn't judge or demand anything of me." "Oh, Rowan," Tessa breathed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I'm so sorry." He shook his head, a sad smile tugging at his lips. "Don't be. It was a long time ago." Tessa leaned in, her free hand coming up to cup his cheek. "But it still hurts, doesn't it?" Rowan's eyes closed at her touch, and he nodded almost imperceptibly. When he opened them again, there was a vulnerability there that made Tessa's heart race. "What about you?" he asked, his voice softer now. "What brings someone like you out here, away from the comforts of civilization?" Tessa smiled, warmth spreading through her at his unexpected compliment. "I've always been drawn to nature," she began, her enthusiasm evident in her voice. "There's so much to learn, so many mysteries to uncover. But lately..." She paused, searching for the right words. "I felt like I was losing myself in the constant pressure of academia, of always having to prove myself." The crackling fire cast dancing shadows across the cabin walls, enveloping Tessa and Rowan in a cocoon of warmth and intimacy. Tessa found herself leaning closer to Rowan, drawn by the subtle scent of pine and earth that clung to him. I needed to reconnect with why I fell in love with biology in the first place, she continued, her voice barely above a whisper. To feel that sense of wonder again, you know? Rowan nodded, his piercing eyes never leaving hers. I understand that feeling all too well, he murmured, his hand tentatively reaching out to brush a strand of hair from her face. Tessa's breath caught at the gentle touch, her skin tingling where his fingers had grazed. She marveled at how such a simple gesture could ignite such a powerful response within her. And have you, Rowan asked, his voice husky, found that wonder again? A slow smile spread across Tessa's face. I think I'm discovering something even more wonderful, she replied, her heart pounding as she placed her hand over his. Rowan's eyes widened slightly, a mix of surprise and longing flickering in their depths. Tessa, he began, his usual gruffness replaced by a vulnerability that made her ache. She squeezed his hand gently, encouraging him to continue. As the fire crackled and popped, filling the silence between them, Tessa found herself lost in the uncharted territory of her growing feelings for this enigmatic man. The tension between them crackled like the fire, electric and undeniable. Tessa's heart raced as Rowan's thumb traced slow circles on her palm, each movement sending shivers up her arm. I haven't felt this way in a very long time, Rowan admitted, his voice low and gravelly. His eyes, usually so guarded, now burned with an intensity that took Tessa's breath away. She swallowed hard, her scientific mind struggling to process the flood of emotions coursing through her. Neither have I, she whispered, leaning in closer. It's like discovering a new species, exhilarating and terrifying all at once. A ghost of a smile played on Rowan's lips. You and your biology analogies, he murmured, his free hand coming up to cup her cheek. Tessa's eyes fluttered closed at his touch, her body yearning to be closer. Rowan, she breathed, her voice trembling with desire. That was all it took. In one fluid motion, Rowan closed the distance between them, his lips capturing hers in a searing kiss. Tessa gasped against his mouth, her hands instinctively gripping his shirt as she melted into him. The kiss was everything she had imagined and more, passionate, tender, and filled with unspoken promises. As Rowan's arms encircled her, pulling her flush against his body, Tessa felt as though she had finally found her place in the world. Tessa's fingers traced the hard planes of Rowan's chest, marveling at the heat radiating from his skin. Their bodies entwined, moving together with an urgency that bordered on desperation. Each touch, each caress, seemed to ignite a fire within her that threatened to consume them both. Tessa! Rowan growled, his voice thick with desire. She met his gaze, her brown eyes dark with passion. She breathed while pulling him closer. Rowan's response was immediate and primal. He lifted her effortlessly, her legs wrapping around his waist as he carried her to the bed. As they fell onto the soft sheets, Tessa couldn't help but think that this felt like more than just physical attraction. There was an undeniable connection between them, something that transcended the realm of the tangible. Their movements became more frenzied, more urgent. Tessa arched into Rowan's touch, her mind reeling from the intensity of the sensations coursing through her body. Time seemed to slow, then stop altogether, the world outside fading away until there was nothing left but the two of them. Oh God, Rowan, Tessa gasped, her nails digging into his shoulders as waves of pleasure washed over her. She felt as though she was falling and flying at the same time, lost in a moment of pure ecstasy. As their passion crested, Tessa felt herself surrendering completely to the overwhelming sensations. The crackling fire, the howling wind outside, even the creaking of the old cabin, all of it faded into nothingness. There was only Rowan, his strong arms encircling her, his breath hot against her neck. You're incredible, Rowan murmured, his voice raw with emotion. She gazed up at him, her heart swelling with a tenderness she'd never experienced before. So are you, she whispered back, tracing the line of his jaw with her fingertips. Slowly their frenzied movements subsided, replaced by a gentle, rhythmic rocking. Tessa marveled at how perfectly their bodies fit together, as if they were two pieces of a long-lost puzzle finally reunited. As the last tremors of pleasure rippled through them, Rowan rolled to his side, pulling Tessa with him. They lay facing each other, limbs entangled, chests heaving in unison. Tessa could feel Rowan's heart pounding against her own, their pulses gradually slowing to match one another. "I've never felt anything like that before," Tessa admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Rowan's eyes, usually so guarded, now shone with warmth and vulnerability. "Neither have I," he confessed, pulling her closer. Tessa nestled into Rowan's embrace, savoring the warmth of his skin against hers. The fire's glow bathed them in soft, flickering light, casting dancing shadows across their entwined forms. "You're like the forest itself," Tessa murmured, her fingers tracing intricate patterns on Rowan's chest. "Wild, mysterious, and utterly captivating." Rowan's lips curved into a gentle smile. "And you're like a ray of sunlight breaking through the canopy," he whispered back, his voice husky with emotion. "Bright, warm, and full of life." Tessa's heart fluttered at his words. She'd always felt a deep connection to nature, but this was something entirely different. It was as if Rowan embodied the very essence of the wilderness she so adored. "I've always been drawn to the forest," she confessed, her eyes meeting his. "But I never imagined I'd find someone who understands that pull so completely." Rowan's hand came up to cup her cheek, his touch impossibly tender. "You've awakened something in me, Tessa," he said softly. "Something I thought was lost long ago." As they lay there exchanging whispered words of affection and understanding, Tessa felt a profound sense of belonging wash over her. It was as if, in this remote cabin, in the arms of this enigmatic man, she had finally found her true home. Chapter 5. The patter of raindrops on the cabin roof roused Tessa from her slumber, each drop a staccato reminder of her isolation. Her eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the murky darkness that enveloped the room. A flash of lightning illuminated the sparse furnishings for a brief moment before plunging everything back into shadow. Tessa pushed herself up, the rough-hewn blanket falling away as she oriented herself. The storm's fury seemed to crescendo, wind howling through the trees outside. She hugged her knees to her chest. "I'm trapped," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the tempest. The realization sent a shiver down her spine, not entirely from cold. Part of her thrilled at the adventure, while another part longed for the safety of her lab back in the city. The floorboards creaked and Tessa's head snapped up. Rowan's tall frame filled the doorway, his arms laden with blankets and a steaming thermos. His eyes, piercing even in the dim light, locked onto hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. "Thought you might need these," he said, his deep voice a low rumble that seemed to resonate through her. Tessa nodded, suddenly aware of the chill that had seeped into her bones. "Thank you," she managed, her usual eloquence deserting her in the face of his unexpected kindness. Rowan crossed the room in 3 long strides, depositing the blankets beside her. He unscrewed the thermos cap, and the rich aroma of herbal tea filled the air. "It's my own blend," he explained, pouring a steaming cup. "Good for staying warm." As Tessa reached for the cup, their fingers brushed. A jolt of warmth, unrelated to the tea, surged through her. She cradled the mug, inhaling deeply. "It smells wonderful," she said, her scientific curiosity piqued. "What's in it?" A ghost of a smile played at the corners of Rowan's mouth. "Local herbs, chamomile, lemon balm, a touch of wild mint." He paused, his gaze drifting to the window where rain lashed against the glass. "Nature provides, if you know where to look." Tessa sipped the tea, savoring the complex flavors. Her mind whirred with questions about the local flora, but something in Rowan's stance held her back. He seemed poised on the edge of flight, like a wild animal deciding whether to stay or bolt. "Will the storm last long?" she asked instead, pulling one of the blankets around her shoulders. Rowan's shoulders tensed almost imperceptibly. "Hard to say. These mountain storms can be unpredictable. He turned back to her, his expression unreadable. You're safe here, though. I'll make sure of that. The conviction in his voice stirred something deep within Tessa. Despite the raging storm and her unfamiliar surroundings, she felt a sense of security wash over her. It was illogical, she knew, to trust this enigmatic stranger so completely. Yet as she met his gaze, warm and steady, she couldn't help but feel that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Tessa leaned forward, warming her hands on the mug. I suppose being stuck here isn't so bad, she mused, her eyes roaming the cozy cabin interior. It reminds me of the field studies I used to do in college, roughing it in the wilderness, chasing after elusive species. A spark of interest flickered in Rowan's eyes. Are you a biologist? Yes, Tessa replied, her face lighting up with enthusiasm. I specialize in ecosystem dynamics. There's something magical about unraveling the intricate connections in nature, don't you think? Rowan nodded, his posture relaxing slightly. Nature has its own wisdom, he said softly. Most people just don't take the time to listen. Tessa's heart quickened at his words. She'd never met anyone who seemed to understand her passion so intuitively. Exactly. That's why I love being out here, away from the city. Every rock, every plant, every animal has a story to tell. As she spoke, Tessa noticed the firelight dancing across Rowan's features, accentuating the sharp line of his jaw and the depths of his eyes. There was something almost primal about him, she realized, a raw energy that both thrilled and unsettled her. What about you? She asked, unable to quell her curiosity. Rowan's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. I traveled a lot when I was younger, restless, I guess. But this place, he gestured to the surrounding forest, it called to me. Felt like home. Tessa sensed there was more to the story, but she didn't push. Instead, she found herself captivated by the play of emotions across Rowan's face. What secrets lay behind those guarded eyes? Rowan leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames. The forest, he began, his voice barely above a whisper. It's more than just trees and animals. It's alive. Breathing. When you're out there, really out there, you can feel it. Tessa watched him intently, mesmerized by the sudden passion in his usually stoic demeanor. She found herself holding her breath, afraid to break the spell of his words. There's a rhythm to it all, Rowan continued, his eyes taking on a distant look. The rustling leaves, the soft pad of paws on forest floor, the whisper of wind through branches. It's like a heartbeat. And when you're alone out there, really alone, you can sync up with it. Become part of something bigger. His words resonated deeply within Tessa, stirring something primal in her own heart. She'd always felt a connection to nature, but the way Rowan described it was something else entirely. It was as if he was revealing a secret language, one she'd always sensed but never fully understood. That sounds incredible, Tessa breathed, leaning in closer. Is that why you choose to live out here, away from everything? Rowan nodded slowly, his eyes meeting hers. Out here, I can be myself. No expectations, no judgments. Just the forest and me. Tessa felt a shiver run down her spine, though whether from his words or his intense gaze, she couldn't say. She found herself wondering what it would be like to experience the forest the way Rowan did, to feel that deep primal connection. I've always loved studying nature, she said softly. But the way you describe it, it's like you're part of it in a way I've never experienced. The rain continued its steady rhythm against the cabin roof, creating a soothing backdrop to their conversation. Tessa pulled her blanket tighter around her shoulders, feeling a strange mix of comfort and anticipation. Rowan's presence beside her was both calming and electrifying. It's not always easy, Rowan admitted, his deep voice barely above a whisper. But there's a peace out here I've never found anywhere else. Tessa nodded, understanding. I think I'm starting to see why, she murmured, her eyes drawn to the play of firelight on Rowan's rugged features. They lapsed into a comfortable silence, the crackling fire and pattering rain filling the space between them. Tessa found herself hyper-aware of Rowan's proximity, the warmth radiating from his body, the subtle scent of pine and earth that clung to him. Her heart began to race, a realization dawning that sent both excitement and trepidation coursing through her veins. This connection between them, it was more than just a shared appreciation for nature. There was something deeper, primal, pulling them together. Rowan shifted slightly, his arm brushing against hers. The simple touch sent sparks through Tessa's body. She swallowed hard, her scientific mind grappling with the intensity of her emotions. Rowan, she began, her voice barely audible over the rain. He turned to her, his eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. What is it, Tessa? He asked softly, his usual gruffness replaced by a gentle curiosity. Tessa's breath caught in her throat. How could she possibly explain the tumult of feelings inside her? The vulnerability, the desire, the uncertainty. It was all so overwhelming. I've never felt this way before, she admitted, her cheeks flushing. About anyone, about any place. It's like I've found a piece of myself I didn't know was missing. Rowan's eyes widened, a myriad of emotions flickering across his face. His jaw clenched, as if wrestling with an internal struggle. When he spoke, his voice was low and strained. Tessa, I feel it too. But there's so much you don't know about me. Tessa leaned closer, her curiosity piqued. Then tell me, Rowan. I want to know you. He shook his head, a pained expression clouding his features. It's not that simple. There are things about me that might frighten you. Frighten me? Tessa's brow furrowed. Rowan, I've spent my life studying the most fearsome predators on the planet. What could possibly— I'm not what you think I am, he interrupted, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm different. Tessa's mind raced, piecing together the clues she'd observed. Rowan's deep connection to the forest, his almost preternatural awareness of their surroundings, the way animals seemed to respond to his presence. Different how? She pressed gently, her heart pounding. Rowan's gaze dropped to his hands, which were clenched tightly in his lap. I'm not entirely human, he confessed, his words heavy with fear and longing. Tessa's breath caught. Could it be? The legends she'd heard whispered around campfires, the folklore she'd dismissed as mere fantasy. Slowly, hesitantly, she reached out and placed her hand over Rowan's. His skin was warm, almost feverishly so, and she could feel the tension in his muscles. Rowan, she said softly, whatever you are, it doesn't change how I feel about you. Rowan's eyes snapped up to meet hers, searching her face with an intensity that made Tessa's heart flutter. She held his gaze steadily, allowing him to see the sincerity in her expression. For a long moment, neither of them spoke, the crackling of the fire the only sound in the cabin. Then, almost imperceptibly, Rowan's shoulders relaxed. A flicker of something, hope, perhaps, lit up his eyes, softening the hard lines of his face. You mean that, he said, his voice rough with emotion. It wasn't a question. Tessa nodded, squeezing his hand gently. I do. Rowan, I've never met anyone like you. The way you understand the forest, the way you move through it. It's like you're a part of it. And She paused, gathering her courage. I'm drawn to that. To you. Rowan's breath hitched. He brought his free hand up to cup her cheek, his touch feather light. Tessa, he murmured, you don't know what this means to me. For so long, I thought I'd never— He trailed off, but Tessa understood. She could see it in his eyes. The years of loneliness, the weight of his secret, the fear of rejection. And now, the dawning realization that he might have found acceptance, even love. Slowly, giving her time to pull away if she wanted, Rowan leaned in. Tessa met him halfway, her eyes fluttering closed as their lips met. The kiss was tender at first, a gentle exploration. But as Tessa wound her arms around Rowan's neck, it deepened, becoming more passionate. In that moment, everything else faded away. The storm outside, the uncertainties of the future. There was only Rowan and Tessa, and the connection that had blossomed between them against all odds. Chapter 6. The fire's amber glow danced across Tessa's skin, casting flickering shadows that mimicked the storm's fury outside. She huddled closer to Rowan, acutely aware of his solid presence beside her. The wind howled, rattling the cabin's windows, but Tessa found solace in the cocoon of warmth they'd created. "I've never seen a storm quite like this," Tessa murmured, her eyes fixed on the flames. She inhaled deeply, relishing the scent of burning pine that mingled with Rowan's earthy musk. Rowan grunted in response, his gaze distant. Nature's raw power. Unpredictable. Dangerous. Tessa nodded, her scientific mind cataloging the meteorological phenomena at play. Yet, her thoughts kept drifting to the man beside her. His proximity sent her pulse racing, a physiological response she couldn't quite explain away with biology alone. "It's beautiful, though," she ventured, sneaking a glance at Rowan's profile. "The way the lightning illuminates the forest, revealing glimpses of a hidden world." A muscle in Rowan's jaw twitched. Beauty and danger often go hand in hand. Was he speaking about the storm or something more? Tessa wondered, her curiosity piqued. She shifted slightly, her thigh brushing against his. The contact sent a jolt through her body, igniting a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire. Rowan's fingers flexed against his knee, and Tessa found her gaze drawn to his hand. Strong, capable hands that spoke of a life lived in harmony with the wilderness. Before she could second-guess herself, Tessa reached out, her own hand trembling with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. "Rowan," she whispered, her fingers hovering just above his. Rowan's piercing gaze met hers, a tempest of emotions swirling in their depths. Tessa's breath caught in her throat as she glimpsed vulnerability beneath his usual impassive exterior. Slowly, deliberately, Rowan's fingers intertwined with hers, rough calluses brushing against her softer skin. "Tessa," he murmured, his voice low and gravelly. "This is complicated." She squeezed his hand gently, her heart thundering in her chest. "I know. But maybe it doesn't have to be." A deafening crack of thunder shook the cabin, causing Tessa to instinctively press closer to Rowan. His arm came around her, strong and protective, and she found herself enveloped in his warmth. "The storm's getting worse," Rowan observed, his breath tickling her ear. Tessa nodded, hyper-aware of every point of contact between their bodies. "I've never experienced anything like this before," she admitted, her scientific curiosity warring with the more primal emotions coursing through her. Rowan's thumb traced small circles on her hand, sending shivers down her spine. "It's not just the storm you're talking about, is it?" he asked, his perceptiveness catching her off guard. Tessa turned her face towards his, their noses nearly touching. "No," she whispered. "It's not." The heat between them intensified, rivaling the crackling fire. Tessa's mind raced, analyzing the situation even as her body yearned to close the remaining distance between them. "What am I doing?" she thought. "This man is practically a stranger." And yet... Rowan's eyes, usually guarded, now smoldered with an intensity that made Tessa's breath catch in her throat. Time seemed to slow as he leaned in, his lips brushing against hers with a gentleness that belied his rugged exterior. The touch ignited a fire within Tessa, her scientific mind momentarily silenced by the rush of sensations. She responded eagerly, her free hand moving to cup Rowan's face as she deepened the kiss. "Come." Rowan breathed against her lips, his voice thick with desire. She replied by pulling back slightly, meeting his gaze. Then their lips met again, this time with growing passion. Tessa marveled at the contrast between Rowan's beard rough against her skin and the softness of his lips. She catalogued each sensation, committing them to memory. Rowan's hands began to explore, his touch both reverent and possessive. He traced the curve of her waist, his fingers leaving trails of heat in their wake. Tessa arched into his touch, a soft gasp escaping her. "You're beautiful," Rowan murmured, his usual reticence giving way to raw emotion. "Like a force of nature." Tessa's heart swelled at his words. "And you," she replied, running her fingers through his hair, "are as mysterious as the forest itself." Their bodies moved together, a dance of longing and need. Tessa marveled at how natural it felt, how perfectly they seemed to fit together. Is this what it feels like to find your other half? She wondered, allowing herself to be swept away by the intensity of the moment. Tessa's mind reeled, overwhelmed by the sensations coursing through her. The taste of Rowan on her lips was intoxicating, a heady mixture of pine and something uniquely him. His hands roamed her body, leaving trails of fire in their wake. She surrendered herself to the moment, her scientific mind quieting for once as pure feeling took over. "Rowan?" she gasped, her fingers digging into his muscular shoulders. "I never knew it could be like this." He pulled back slightly, his piercing eyes meeting hers. "Neither did I," he admitted, his usually guarded expression open and vulnerable. "You've awakened something in me, Tessa." Their bodies entwined, moving together with an instinctual rhythm. Tessa marveled at how seamlessly they fit, like two pieces of a long-lost puzzle finally reunited. The connection between them felt deeper than mere physical attraction. It was as if their very souls were intertwining. "I think I'm falling for you," Tessa whispered, her voice barely audible over the howling wind outside. She half hoped the storm would swallow her words, suddenly afraid of their weight. Rowan's hand cupped her cheek, his touch impossibly gentle. "I think I've already fallen," he replied, his normally gruff voice thick with emotion. As they lost themselves in each other, Tessa's last coherent thought was how perfectly the wild storm outside matched the tempest of emotions within her heart. Tessa's world narrowed to the sensations coursing through her body, her universe condensing to the points where her skin met Rowan's. Time seemed to stretch and warp, each moment lasting an eternity, yet passing in the blink of an eye. Their bodies moved in perfect synchronicity, a primal dance as old as time itself. "You're incredible," Rowan murmured against her neck, his breath hot on her skin. "So beautiful, so passionate." Tessa's heart swelled at his words, so uncharacteristic of the usually taciturn man. "You bring it out in me," she replied, her voice breathy. "I've never felt so free." As they continued to explore each other, the storm outside reached a crescendo. A particularly loud clap of thunder shook the cabin, startling Tessa. Rowan's arms tightened around her protectively. "I've got you," he whispered, his eyes never leaving hers. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the room and casting Rowan's chiseled features in stark relief. In that moment, Tessa saw something wild and untamed in his eyes, a hint of the wolf that lurked beneath his human exterior. Instead of frightening her, it only intensified her desire. "I trust you," Tessa said, running her fingers through his hair. "Completely." As their passion built, matching the intensity of the storm, Tessa found herself wondering how she had lived without this connection for so long. With Rowan, this total stranger, she felt whole in a way she never had before. Tessa's world exploded in a burst of ecstasy, her body trembling as waves of pleasure coursed through her. Rowan followed moments later, his powerful frame shuddering against hers as he found his own release. They clung to each other, their bodies intertwined, riding out the aftershocks of their shared bliss. "Rowan," Tessa breathed, her voice barely audible over the sound of their panting and the rain pelting the cabin roof. He responded by pulling her closer, his strong arms enveloping her in a cocoon of warmth and security. Tessa nestled into his embrace, marveling at how perfectly they fit together. As their breathing slowly returned to normal, Tessa found herself tracing lazy patterns on Rowan's chest, fascinated by the play of firelight on his skin. She could feel his heartbeat beneath her palm, strong and steady. "I never expected this," Rowan murmured, breaking the comfortable silence. His voice was low and husky, tinged with a vulnerability Tessa had never heard from him before. She lifted her head to meet his gaze. "Neither did I," she admitted, "but I'm glad it happened." A small smile tugged at the corners of Rowan's mouth. "As am I," he said, his fingers gently combing through her tousled hair. Tessa laid her head back on his chest, feeling a profound sense of belonging wash over her. Here, in Rowan's arms, she felt more at home than she ever had in the bustling city she'd left behind. Tessa's heart fluttered as she gathered her courage. She lifted her gaze to meet Rowan's intense eyes, feeling both exhilarated and vulnerable under his scrutiny. "Rowan," she began, her voice soft but steady, "what we shared? It means so much to me. I've never felt a connection like this before." She paused, taking a deep breath. "I want to explore this further, to see where it leads us, even if it won't be easy." Tessa's mind raced with thoughts of the challenges they might face. His mysterious past, her career ambitions, the complexities of his wolf nature. Yet, the warmth in his eyes gave her hope. Rowan's hand cupped her cheek, his touch gentle yet possessive. "Tessa," he murmured, his voice a low rumble that sent shivers down her spine. "What I feel for you? It's both exhilarating and terrifying." He leaned in, pressing his forehead against hers. "I promise you this. I will protect you, always. And I'll fight for us, no matter what comes our way." Tessa's breath caught in her throat. The determination in Rowan's voice, the intensity of his gaze. It stirred something within her. She found herself wondering if this was how it felt to be claimed by a wolf, to be cherished and protected by such a powerful being. "I believe you," she whispered, her fingers tracing the strong line of his jaw. Tessa nestled closer to Rowan, their bodies fitting together like perfectly matched puzzle pieces. The warmth of his skin against hers sent a delicious shiver through her, and she breathed in his scent, a heady mix of pine, earth, and something uniquely Rowan. "I never thought I'd find this kind of peace in another person's arms," Tessa murmured, her voice thick with emotion. Rowan's chest rumbled with a low chuckle. "Neither did I," he admitted, his fingers tracing lazy patterns on her bare back. "You've awakened something in me, Tessa. Something I thought was long dead." She tilted her head to look up at him, her eyes searching his face. "What do you mean?" He was quiet for a moment, his gaze distant. "Hope," he finally said. "You've given me hope for a future I never dared to imagine." Tessa's heart swelled with a mix of joy and trepidation. As a biologist, she was used to observing and analyzing, but this raw, intense connection, defied all scientific explanation. His arms tightened around her protectively, his lips pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. As Tessa's eyes grew heavy, she found herself marveling at how quickly her world had changed. Just days ago, she had been a city girl seeking adventure in the wilderness. Now, wrapped in the arms of this enigmatic, powerful man, she felt as if she had finally found life. With the storm still raging outside, Tessa and Rowan drifted off to sleep, their bodies intertwined, finding solace and peace in each other's embrace. Chapter 7. The bus lurched to a stop, its brakes hissing like a startled snake. Tessa Reyes gripped her backpack straps tightly, her heart pounding as she stepped off onto the familiar sidewalk. The scent of exhaust mingled with the crisp autumn air, a stark contrast to the earthy aroma of the forest she'd left behind. Her eyes darted around, searching for the welcoming glow of Percolate, the coffee shop where she and Mara had shared countless conversations over steaming mugs. As Tessa pushed open the heavy glass door, the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee beans enveloped her. Her gaze swept across the room, landing on a familiar shock of vibrant red hair. There, in their usual corner booth, sat Mara, her emerald eyes already locked on Tessa. "Mara!" Tessa called out, her voice brimming with excitement. She practically bounced on her toes as she waved, her long dark hair swaying with the movement. Mara's face lit up, a grin spreading across her freckled features. "Tess! Get over here, you wandering biologist!" Tessa weaved through the maze of tables to reach her friend. How could she possibly convey everything that had happened? The wonders she'd witnessed, the connections she'd made, She pushed the thought aside, focusing on the immediate joy of reuniting with her bestie. As she approached the table, Tessa's fingers twitched with nervous energy. "God, Mara, you have no idea how much I've thought about you," she breathed, sliding into the booth opposite her friend. Mara leaned forward, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Spill it, Tess. Your texts were infuriatingly vague. What exactly happened out there in the wilds?" Tessa took a deep breath, her mind whirling with images of towering trees, moonlit clearings, and golden eyes that seemed to peer into her very soul. "It was incredible," she began, her voice filled with wonder. "The biodiversity alone was enough to make my head spin. But there was so much more than that, Mara. So much more." "I can see that," Mara replied, her tone a mix of amusement and concern. "You're practically vibrating, Tess. What's got you so worked up?" Tessa hesitated, her teeth worrying her lower lip. How could she possibly explain without sounding completely mad? I saw things out there, Mara. Things I can't quite explain. And I met someone." Mara's eyebrows shot up, a mischievous grin playing at her lips. "Oh ho, now we're getting to the good stuff. Who's the mystery forest dweller who's got you all flustered?" Tessa felt a blush creeping up her neck. "His name is Rowan," she said softly, her mind drifting to his piercing eyes and a gentle touch. "And he's unlike anyone I've ever met." As Tessa's words hung in the air, thick with unspoken implications, she couldn't help but wonder how much she should reveal. The weight of her experiences pressed against her chest, begging to be shared. But as she met Mara's curious gaze, a flicker of uncertainty passed through her. How much could her friend truly understand without having witnessed the impossible herself? Tessa took a deep breath, her hands fluttering in the air as she tried to grasp the right words. "Mara, I know this is going to sound crazy, but Rowan, he's not just some ordinary guy living in the woods. He's connected to the forest in a way I can't even begin to explain." Her eyes lit up with an almost feverish intensity as she leaned across the table, voice dropping to a hushed whisper. It felt like one moment he was a man, and the next, he was like a wild animal. I felt like being devoured by a hungry wolf. Mara's face transformed in an instant. Her playful grin vanished, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. Her eyebrows furrowed deeply, creating a crease between them that Tessa had rarely seen. "Tessa," she said slowly, her green eyes wide with concern. "Are you feeling all right? Did you eat any strange mushrooms out there in the woods?" Tessa shook her head vehemently, dark hair swishing around her shoulders. No, I'm perfectly fine. I know how it sounds, but I swear to you, it's true. And there's more, Mara. So much more." She paused, biting her lip as she debated whether to continue. The words tumbled out before she could stop them. I think I'm falling in love with him." At this, Mara's jaw literally dropped. She stared at Tessa in stunned silence, her freckled face a mask of shock and worry. Tessa could practically see the gears turning in her friend's head, trying to make sense of what she'd just heard. "Tessa," Mara finally managed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you realize what you're saying?" Tessa nodded, her hands fidgeting with the coffee mug in front of her. "I do, Mara. I know it sounds crazy, but..." She trailed off, her brown eyes clouding with uncertainty. Mara leaned forward, her vibrant red hair falling over her shoulder as she studied Tessa's face intently. "How long have you been there with this Rowan?" she asked, her tone gentle but probing. "Not long," Tessa admitted, her voice small. "But it feels like I've known him forever. There's just this connection between us." Mara nodded slowly, her brow furrowed in thought. "And what do you know about him? His background? His family?" Tessa felt a twinge of frustration. She'd expected these questions, but answering them made her realize how little she actually knew. "He's private," she said, choosing her words carefully. "But he's kind and gentle, and he understands me in a way no one else ever has." As she spoke, Tessa's mind wandered back to the cabin, to the way Rowan's eyes seemed to see right through to her soul. A shiver ran down her spine, equal parts excitement and fear. "Tessa," Mara's voice brought her back to the present. "You said you're falling in love, but you also look scared. What's going on in that head of yours?" Tessa felt her lower lip tremble, and she took a deep breath to steady herself. "I'm terrified, Mara," she whispered, her voice wavering. "What if this is all too good to be true? What if I'm in over my head?" Mara's vibrant green eyes softened with concern, but her lips pressed into a thin line. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a serious tone. "Tess, I love you, and I want you to be happy. But I need you to be careful here. You barely know this guy, and you're already talking about love?" She shook her head, her fiery red curls bouncing. "Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. There's still so much you don't know about him." Tessa felt a surge of defensiveness rise in her chest, her hands clenched around her coffee mug, knuckles whitening. "You don't understand, Mara," she insisted, her voice rising slightly. "What Rowan and I have, it's real. I know it sounds crazy, but I trust him completely." "But how can you?" Mara countered, her freckled face creased with worry. "You've only just met him. People aren't always what they seem, Tess." Tessa's frustration bubbled over. She set her mug down with a sharp clank, drawing curious glances from nearby patrons. "Because I feel it, Mara. In here." She thumped her chest, right over her heart. "When I was there with him, it felt like everything made sense. Like I've found a piece of myself I never knew was missing." As she spoke, Tessa's mind raced with images of Rowan. His intense gaze, his gentle touch, the way he seemed to understand her very soul. How could she make Mara see what she felt so deeply? "I know it's fast," Tessa continued, her voice softening but still tinged with defiance. "But sometimes, when it's right, you just know. And with Rowan, I know." Mara's emerald eyes searched Tessa's face, her brow furrowed in concern. For a moment, the bustling cafe around them faded into the background, leaving only the two friends locked in a silent battle of wills. Then Mara took a deep breath, her expression softening like snow melting under the first rays of spring sunshine. She reached across the table, her freckled hand gently enveloping Tessa's. "Oh, Tess," she sighed, her voice warm with affection. "You know I only want what's best for you, right? I've seen you get hurt before, and the thought of it happening again, it kills me." Tessa felt the knot in her chest begin to loosen. She turned her hand over, interlacing her fingers with Mara's. "I know," she whispered, her throat tight with emotion. "Look," Mara continued, giving Tessa's hand a reassuring squeeze. "I may not understand everything that's happening with you and this guy, but I want you to know that I'm here for you, no matter what. If this is what your heart is telling you to do, then I'll support you every step of the way." The sincerity in Mara's voice washed over Tessa like a soothing balm. She blinked rapidly, feeling tears well up in her eyes. Mara, she began, her voice cracking. Thank you. You have no idea how much that means to me. A tear escaped, trailing down Tessa's cheek. She wiped it away with her free hand, letting out a watery chuckle. God, I'm a mess. It's just... this whole thing with Rowan, it's so intense. So new and exciting and terrifying all at once. I feel like I'm on the edge of something life-changing, you know? And knowing you're in my corner, it means everything. Mara's green eyes softened, a mix of concern and curiosity flickering across her freckled face. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a gentle murmur. I get that, Tess. But can you tell me a bit more about this man? What do you really know about him? Tessa's heart quickened, a familiar warmth spreading through her chest at the mere mention of his name. She opened her mouth to respond, but Mara pressed on, her tone firmer now. I mean, where's he from? What does he do for a living? Has he mentioned any family? Tessa's brow furrowed, her fingers absently tracing the rim of her coffee cup. Well, she began, then faltered. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. There was so much about Rowan she didn't know. He's originally from up north, Tessa continued, her voice wavering slightly. He works with his hands. Outdoors, I think. And family. He hasn't really... She trailed off, frustration bubbling up inside her. Mara's eyebrows rose. Tess, honey, don't you think that's a little... vague? Tessa felt her cheeks flush, a mix of embarrassment and defiance rising within her. I know it sounds crazy, she admitted, her voice trembling. But Mara, when I'm with him, it's like I've known him my whole life. There's this connection between us that I can't explain. She met Mara's skeptical gaze, her own eyes shining with a fierce certainty. I may not have all the answers about his past, but I know who he is in here. Tessa placed a hand over her heart. I believe in him, Mara. I believe in us. Mara's expression softened, her vibrant red curls catching the late afternoon sunlight as she tilted her head. She nodded slowly, considering Tessa's words with the thoughtful deliberation of a true friend. Her emerald eyes, usually alight with mischief, now held a depth of concern. I hear you, Tess, Mara said, her voice gentle. But maybe you should do a bit of digging on your own. You know, just to be safe. Tessa opened her mouth to protest, but Mara held up a hand. I'm not saying don't trust your heart. Just back it up with some facts, okay? Take things slow. Communication is key in any relationship, especially one that's moving this fast. Tessa's gaze dropped to her hands, her fingers intertwining nervously on the tabletop. Mara's words resonated, despite the flutter of resistance in her chest. She took a deep breath, lifting her eyes to meet her friend's concerned gaze. You're right, Tessa admitted, her voice growing stronger with each word. I'll do some research, ask more questions. But Mara... She leaned forward, brown eyes blazing with determination. I won't let fear hold me back. This connection with him, it's unlike anything I've ever experienced. I'm willing to embrace it. Mara's lips quirked into a small smile, a mixture of pride and worry etched on her freckled face. All right, girl, she said softly, reaching across the table to squeeze Tessa's hand. Just take your time and be careful, right? Tessa nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude for her friend's unwavering support. I promise, she whispered, the taste of adventure and possibility sweet on her tongue. As they stood to leave, the coffee shop's warmth suddenly felt stifling to Tessa. Her mind drifting, torn between the exhilaration of her newfound connection with Rowan and the seeds of doubt Mara had carefully planted. The gentle clink of cups and murmur of conversations faded into the background as Tessa's inner turmoil took center stage. You okay? Mara asked, her green eyes searching Tessa's face. Tessa forced a smile, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Yeah, just processing everything, I guess. They stepped out into the crisp evening air, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. Tessa inhaled deeply, the memory of the wilderness calling to her, reminding her of Rowan. "Listen," Mara said, turning to face Tessa. "Whatever you decide, whatever happens with Rowan, keep me posted." Tessa's throat tightened with emotion. "Always, Mara, I promise." As they parted ways, Tessa glanced back at the coffee shop, a symbol of her old life, then turned her gaze to the distant forest. Somewhere out there, Rowan waited. The thought sent a shiver of anticipation down her spine, mingled with a newfound caution. "What am I getting myself into?" Tessa whispered to the gathering twilight, her words carried away by the gentle breeze. Chapter 8. The floorboards creaked under Rowan's relentless pacing, each step echoing his inner turmoil. He ran a hand through his unkempt hair, his eyes darting from the cabin's weathered walls to the forest beyond the window. Eli, his faithful wolf companion, watched him intently from his place by the hearth, ears perked in concern. "I can't keep living like this, Eli," Rowan muttered, his low voice barely above a whisper. "But how can I possibly tell her? How can I risk everything again?" Eli let out a soft whine, padding over to nuzzle Rowan's hand. The man's tense shoulders relaxed slightly at the touch, a ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. "You're right, old friend. I know I need to make a decision." Rowan sighed heavily, sinking onto the worn leather armchair. "But every time I think about revealing myself, I'm back there again. That night." The cabin walls seemed to fade away as Rowan's mind drifted to a memory he'd tried so hard to bury. He could smell the crisp autumn air, feel the excitement thrumming through his veins as he prepared for the annual harvest festival. At 22, he'd finally worked up the courage to ask Sarah, the baker's daughter, to accompany him. The night had started perfectly. Sarah's laughter rang out like bells as they twirled to the lively fiddle music, her golden hair catching the light of the bonfires. But then the moon rose, full and silvery, and Rowan felt the familiar itch beneath his skin. "No, not now," he'd whispered frantically, breaking away from Sarah's embrace. "I have to go, I'm sorry." But it was too late. The change ripped through him, bones cracking and reforming as fur sprouted across his body. Sarah's scream pierced the night, drawing the attention of the entire village. Rowan, now a massive gray wolf, stood frozen in terror as shock turned to anger on the faces of people he'd known his whole life. "Monster!" someone shouted, and the spell was broken. Rocks and sticks flew through the air as Rowan fled into the forest, howls of fear and disgust following him into the darkness. Rowan shuddered, the memory as vivid and painful as if it had happened yesterday. He looked at Eli, seeing understanding in the wolf's intelligent eyes. "How can I risk that again?" Rowan asked, his voice rough with emotion. "Tessa. She's different, I know. But what if I'm wrong? What if I reveal myself and she reacts just like Sarah did?" Eli huffed softly, resting his head on Rowan's knee. The man absently stroked the wolf's fur, lost in thought. "You're right," Rowan finally said, a note of determination creeping into his voice. "I can't keep living in fear. Tessa deserves the truth, whatever the consequences might be." He stood, squaring his shoulders as he gazed out the window at the forest that had been his sanctuary for so long. "It's time to face my past," Rowan murmured, "and hope for a different future." Rowan's gaze fell on a folded piece of paper resting on the rough-hewn table by the cabin's entrance. His heart rate quickened as he noticed a delicate handwriting. With hesitant fingers, he unfolded the note, his eyes scanning the words that made his chest tighten. "Rowan," it read, "I can't express how grateful I am for your hospitality and the moments we've shared. There's something special here in this forest and between us. I hope we can explore it further. Thank you for everything. Tessa." He traced the curve of her signature, his throat constricting with a mix of longing and fear. "Damn it," he muttered, running a hand through his hair. What am I supposed to do now, Eli? The wolf tilted his head, eyes gleaming with what Rowan swore was encouragement. Rowan paced the length of the cabin, his mind racing. If I respond, I'm opening myself up to everything. The possibility of acceptance, sure, but also rejection, disgust, fear. He paused, staring out the window at the sun-dappled forest. But if I don't, I'll always wonder what could have been. He turned to Eli, decision crystallizing in his eyes. I have to see her, face to face. It's the only way. Rowan grabbed a jacket, his movements decisive now. I'm going to find her, Eli. I'm going to tell her everything about being a shifter, about my past. It's terrifying, but she deserves to know the real me. As he reached for the door handle, Rowan paused, a tremor of fear running through him. What if this is a mistake? He whispered. Eli patted over, pressing his warm body against Rowan's leg in silent support. Rowan took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. No, he said firmly. No more hiding. It's time to face my fears and be honest with Tessa, whatever the cost. With that, he stepped out into the sunlight, determination etched on his features as he set out to find the woman who had awakened something long dormant within him. The forest whispered around Tessa as she retraced her steps towards Rowan's cabin. Dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting shifting shadows on the moss-covered ground. Her heart raced with anticipation and a touch of anxiety. As she rounded a bend in the narrow path, she froze. There, in a small clearing bathed in golden light, stood Rowan. His tall frame was silhouetted against the trees, tension visible in the set of his broad shoulders. Rowan, Tessa called softly, her voice catching slightly. He turned, surprise and something else, relief, flashing across his rugged features. Tessa, he breathed. I was coming to find you. Tessa stepped closer, drawn by the intensity in his piercing eyes. The secluded spot felt almost magical, creating a bubble of intimacy around them. She could hear the gentle rustling of leaves, smell the earthy scent of the forest floor. I couldn't leave things the way they were, she admitted, vulnerability seeping into her tone. Rowan, I'm confused. Sometimes you seem to want to be close, and other times you push me away. What's going on? Rowan's jaw clenched, his internal struggle evident. Tessa pressed on, her natural curiosity mingling with a desperate need to understand. There's something you're not telling me, isn't there? She asked, her brown eyes searching his face. Something that explains why you live out here alone, why you're so guarded. A twig snapped beneath Rowan's foot as he shifted his weight, the sound unnaturally loud in the hushed clearing. He took a deep breath, seeming to come to a decision. You're right, he said, his low voice rough with emotion. There's something I need to tell you, Tessa. Something that might change everything between us. Rowan's hands clenched at his sides, his knuckles turning white. He struggled to find the right words, his usual stoicism crumbling under the weight of his confession. I'm not like other men, Tessa, he began, his voice barely above a whisper. There's a part of me that's wild, untamed. I'm a shifter, a wolf. Tessa's eyes widened, but she remained silent, allowing him to continue. Rowan's gaze dropped to the forest floor. When I was younger, I thought I could live among humans, have a normal life, but my nature, it caused pain. My family suffered because of what I am. He looked up, meeting Tessa's eyes with a raw vulnerability she'd never seen in him before. I was outed as a wolf in my community. The fear, the hatred, when it was unbearable. So I retreated here, where I couldn't hurt anyone else. Tessa's heart ached for him. She took a step closer, her hand reaching out instinctively. Rowan, You deserve to know the truth, he interrupted, his voice thick with emotion. Being around you, it awakened something in me, something I've tried to bury for years. But I can't risk hurting you, Tessa. I can't. Unable to contain herself any longer, Tessa closed the distance between them. She wrapped her arms around Rowan's broad chest, feeling the rapid beat of his heart against her cheek. "You won't hurt me," she murmured, inhaling his scent, a mix of pine and something distinctly wild. "I'm not afraid of you, Rowan." Hesitantly, Rowan's arms encircled her, pulling her closer. The tension in his body slowly began to ebb away as he allowed himself to melt into the embrace. Tessa felt the warmth of his breath on her hair, the strength of his arms around her. In that moment, surrounded by the whispers of the forest, she knew with certainty that this was where she belonged. As they stood entwined, Rowan's mind raced. The warmth of Tessa's embrace seeped into his bones, filling him with a longing he'd long forgotten. But with that longing came a crushing wave of doubt. He pulled back slightly, his piercing eyes searching Tessa's face. "You say you're not afraid?" he murmured, his voice rough with emotion. "But you don't know what I'm capable of. The wolf. It's not just a part of me. Sometimes it consumes me." Rowan's hands dropped to his sides, clenching into fists. "What if I lose control? What if I can't protect you from myself?" The words tumbled out, laced with fear and self-loathing. "You deserve someone whole, Tessa. Someone who isn't broken." Tessa's brow furrowed, her heart aching at the pain in Rowan's voice. She reached up, cupping his face gently. "Rowan, look at me," she insisted, her tone soft but firm. As their eyes met, Tessa spoke with unwavering conviction. "You are not broken. Your wolf nature doesn't define you. It's a part of you, yes, but it's not all of you." Her thumb traced his cheekbone, a gesture both tender and grounding. "I'm a biologist, remember?" A small smile played on her lips. "I understand the complexities of nature, of adaptation, and I want to help you find that balance, if you'll let me." Rowan's eyes widened, a flicker of hope battling the doubt within them. You'd do that? Even knowing what I am?" Tessa nodded, her gaze never leaving his. "I accept all of you, Rowan, the man and the wolf, and I believe in your strength to control it. We'll tame this force together." Rowan's chest tightened, overwhelmed by Tessa's unwavering acceptance. He drew in a deep breath, the scent of pine and earth grounding him. In that moment, something shifted within him, a decision crystallizing in his mind. "Tessa," he began, his voice low and intense. "I've spent years running from who I am, from connections, from love." His hand trembled slightly as he reached up to tuck a stray lock of her hair behind her ear. "But with you, I want to stop running." Tessa's breath hitched, her brown eyes wide with anticipation. "I can't promise it'll be easy," Rowan continued, his jaw set with determination. "But I want to try, to be the partner you deserve, to protect you, to—" He swallowed hard. "To love you, if you'll have me." A brilliant smile bloomed on Tessa's face, her eyes glistening. "Oh, Rowan," she whispered, leaning into his touch. "That's all I want. Us, together, facing whatever comes our way." Rowan pulled her close, his arms encircling her waist. The warmth of her body against his felt like coming home. He lowered his forehead to hers, their breaths mingling in the cool forest air. "I'm still learning how to do this," he murmured, vulnerability lacing his words. "How to be open. How to—" A sudden rustling in the nearby bushes cut him off. Rowan's body instantly tensed, his senses on high alert. He pulled Tessa behind him, shielding her with his body as he scanned the forest edge. "What is it?" Tessa whispered, her fingers gripping his arm. Rowan's eyes narrowed, his nostrils flaring as he tried to catch a scent. "I'm not sure," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "But whatever it is, it's not friendly." The rustling grew louder, branches snapping under an unseen weight. Rowan's muscles coiled, ready to shift at a moment's notice to protect Tessa. As the sound drew nearer, a low, menacing growl emanated from the shadows, sending a chill down Tessa's spine. Rowan's heart raced, torn between his newfound resolve to embrace his relationship with Tessa and the primal urge to shift and confront the approaching threat. Whatever emerged from those bushes would test not only their safety, but the very foundation of their burgeoning relationship. Chapter 9. A twig snapped in the darkness, and Tessa's head whipped around. The forest, once serene, now bristled with unseen threats. She inhaled sharply, catching an unfamiliar scent on the air, musky and wild, with an undercurrent of danger. Rowan tensed beside her, his piercing eyes scanning the tree line. "Cain's scouts," he growled, his low voice barely above a whisper. "They've found about us." Tessa's heart raced. "Who?" she asked, struggling to keep her voice steady. "I know their scent," Rowan replied, his jaw clenched. "We need to move, now." As they stood, another crack echoed through the forest, closer this time. Tessa's mind reeled. What was going on? Who were these mysterious scouts? Rowan's hand found hers in the darkness, his touch both reassuring and electrifying. "Stay close," he murmured, his eyes never leaving the shadows around them. They had taken only a few steps when a low growl rumbled through the clearing. Tessa froze, her breath catching in her throat. "Rowan," she whispered, fear clawing at her chest. What was that? But when she turned to look at him, the words died on her lips. Where Rowan had stood moments ago, a massive wolf now crouched, hackles raised and teeth bared. Tessa stumbled backward, a scream lodging in her throat. Her mind struggled to process what she was seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion. The wolf, Rowan, turned to her, and Tessa found herself staring into familiar eyes. They were still Rowan's eyes, filled with something that looked like an apology. "Oh my God," Tessa breathed, her voice trembling. "Rowan?" The wolf inclined its head slightly, as if in acknowledgement. Tessa's senses were overwhelmed. The sight of Rowan's powerful, lupine form, the earthy scent of his fur, the low rumble of his growl vibrating through the air. Her scientific curiosity warred with primal fear. How was this possible? The implications were staggering, challenging everything she thought she knew about biology and the natural world. But there was no time to process. More growls echoed from the forest, and Rowan, the wolf, positioned himself protectively in front of her. Tessa's heart pounded, a mix of terror and awe coursing through her veins. "What's happening?" she whispered, though she knew the wolf couldn't answer. "Rowan, I'm scared." The wolf, Rowan, turned his head slightly, meeting her gaze. In that moment, despite her fear and confusion, Tessa felt a surge of trust. Whatever was coming, whatever impossible things were happening, she knew Rowan would protect her. As shadows moved at the edge of the clearing, Tessa steeled herself. Her world had just been turned upside down, but she refused to be helpless. "Okay," she said, her voice stronger now. "What do we do?" Rowan's muscles tensed beneath his silver-streaked fur as three dark shapes burst from the tree line. In a blur of motion, he lunged forward, meeting the first attacker mid-air. Tessa gasped, instinctively stepping back as snarls and yelps filled the air. The wolf that was Rowan moved with a fluid grace that belied his size. He ducked and weaved, his powerful jaws snapping as he fended off the other wolves. Tessa's scientific mind couldn't help but marvel at the raw power and agility on display, even as fear churned in her stomach. One of the attackers broke away, lunging towards Tessa. She stumbled backward, heart in her throat, but Rowan was there in an instant. He slammed into the other wolf, sending it sprawling. His eyes met Tessa's for a split second, and she saw fierce determination there. "Rowan!" she breathed, her voice barely audible over the sounds of combat. "Be careful!" As if spurred by her words, Rowan redoubled his efforts. He fought with a controlled fury, each movement precise and devastating. Tessa watched in awe as he drove the other wolves back, step by step, until they retreated into the shadows of the forest. Panting heavily, Rowan turned to her. Even in wolf form, she could see the concern in his eyes. He nudged her gently with his muzzle, urging her towards the cabin. "Right," Tessa said, her voice shaky. We should get inside." She stumbled forward on unsteady legs, one hand buried in Rowan's fur for support. As they made their way to the cabin, Tessa couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the surreal nature of the situation. Her mind begged for answers, raced with theories. She finally realizes just how much danger she was in. Once inside, Rowan shifted back to his human form, quickly pulling on a pair of jeans. Tessa stood by the window, her eyes darting nervously between Rowan and the tree line. What just happened out there?" Tessa asked, her voice trembling. "You said Cain's scouts, weren't they? And you turned into a wolf." Rowan's jaw clenched as he moved to secure the cabin door. "Yes, they were Cain's. And I'm sorry you had to witness all that, Tessa." Tessa's mind whirled with 1,000 questions. But how? I mean, I've studied animal life my entire life, and this shouldn't be possible. "There's a lot about our world you don't know," Rowan replied, his voice low and serious. He peered out the window, scanning the forest. "But right now, we need to focus on staying alive." Tessa wrapped her arms around herself, trying to process everything. Are they going to come back?" Rowan's eyes narrowed as he considered their options. Probably. Cain won't give up easily. He began moving around the cabin, gathering supplies. "We need to be ready." As Tessa watched him work, a mixture of fear and fascination coursed through her. Part of her wanted to pepper him with questions about shifters, but the gravity of their situation kept her silent. Instead, she asked, "What can I do to help?" Rowan paused, studying her for a moment. "Help me barricade the windows. We'll use the furniture to create obstacles. It won't stop them, but it'll slow them down." As they worked together, Tessa couldn't help but marvel at Rowan's calm efficiency. Despite the danger, he moved with purpose, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. She realized that this was a side of him she'd never seen before, the protector, the warrior. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from the forest, sending chills down Tessa's spine. Rowan tensed, his muscles coiling like springs ready to release. "They're here," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. 3 massive figures emerged from the tree line, their movements fluid and predatory. Tessa's breath caught in her throat as she realized these weren't ordinary wolves. They were shifters like Rowan, but with an aura of menace that made her instinctively shrink back. Rowan's eyes narrowed as he assessed their opponents. "Cain's elite scouts," he growled. "They're faster and stronger than the average shifter. This won't be easy." Tessa's heart raced. Can you take them?" A grim smile flickered across Rowan's face. "I'll have to." The scouts circled the cabin, their movements synchronized with an eerie precision. Rowan pulled Tessa away from the window, positioning himself between her and the threat. "When I say run, you run," he instructed, his voice taut with tension. "Don't look back, just head forward, away from the fight. I'll find you." Tessa nodded, her throat too tight to speak. She watched as Rowan's form blurred, his body shifting into the powerful wolf she'd seen earlier. As he launched himself through the window in a shower of glass, Tessa's mind reeled. How could she leave him to face such odds alone? The air filled with a cacophony of snarls and yelps as Rowan collided with the first scout. Tessa's senses were overwhelmed by the chaos unfolding before her. The acrid smell of fear mingled with the metallic tang of blood, making her stomach churn. "Run!" Rowan's voice cut through the din, human words somehow emerging from his lupine form. Tessa's legs carried her forward before her mind could process the command. As she bolted for the tree line, the sounds of the battle intensified. Growls reverberated through the forest, punctuated by the snapping of jaws and the thud of bodies colliding. She risked a glance back, her breath catching at the sight. Rowan was a blur of silver fur and flashing teeth, holding his own against the 3 larger wolves. His movements were a deadly dance, equal parts grace and raw power. "Rowan!" she cried out, torn between her instinct to flee and her desire to help. He spun towards her voice, amber eyes locking onto hers. In that moment, Tessa saw not just the fierce warrior, but the man who had become her protector. Her heart swelled with a mix of fear and something deeper, more primal. "Go!" he barked, dodging a lunge from one of the scouts. Tessa turned and ran, her feet pounding against the forest floor. Behind her, she could hear the fight raging on. But with each step, a newfound trust blossomed within her. Rowan was risking everything to keep her safe, and somehow deep in her bones she knew he would find her again. Rowan's voice cut through the chaos, strained and guttural as he fought to maintain control. "Tessa, stay back! I can't! I don't want to hurt you!" The raw emotion in his words made Tessa's heart clench. She paused at the edge of the clearing, torn between her need for safety and her growing concern for Rowan. "But what about you?" she called back, her voice trembling. Rowan snarled, pinning one of the scouts to the ground. "I'll be fine. Just go, please." The last word came out as a desperate plea, revealing the internal struggle raging within him. Tessa hesitated, watching as Rowan's powerful form tensed with effort. His eyes, still amber and wild, flickered between the threat before him and her retreating figure. She could see the conflict etched in every line of his body, the primal urge to protect warring with the fear of losing himself to the beast within. "I don't want to endanger you," Rowan growled, dodging another attack. "My control. It's slipping. You need to get to safety, now." With a final, anguished look, Tessa turned and ran towards the cabin. The sounds of the fight faded behind her, replaced by the pounding of her own heart and the rush of wind in her ears. Minutes that felt like hours passed before Tessa heard footsteps approaching. She whirled around, relief flooding through her as Rowan emerged from the trees, back in his human form. His clothes were torn, his body covered in scratches, but his eyes were clear and focused. "You're okay," Tessa breathed, rushing to meet him at the cabin's entrance. Rowan nodded, his expression a mix of exhaustion and residual tension. "Let's get inside," he said softly, ushering her through the door. As it closed behind them, Tessa felt the adrenaline drain from her body. She sank onto the couch, her mind reeling from the events of the past hour. Rowan remained standing, his gaze fixed on the window, ever vigilant. "I'm sorry," he murmured after a long moment of silence. "I never wanted you to see that side of me, to put you in danger like that." Tessa looked up at him, seeing not a monster but a man grappling with the weight of his own nature. "You saved my life, Rowan," she said softly. "I trust you." His eyes met hers, surprise and gratitude flickering across his face. As the tension in the room slowly ebbed, Tessa realized that something fundamental had shifted between them. In the aftermath of chaos, a deeper understanding had taken root, one that would continue to grow in the quiet moments to come. Chapter 10. The moonlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows across Rowan's battered form as Tessa knelt beside him. Her hands moved with practiced precision, unpacking the first aid supplies she'd brought on her trek into the wilderness. "This might sting a bit," Tessa murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as she uncapped a bottle of antiseptic. She couldn't help but marvel at the raw power emanating from Rowan's muscular frame, even in his injured state. His piercing eyes followed her every movement, a mix of wariness and curiosity swirling in their depths. As she began cleaning the angry gash across his bicep, Rowan's jaw clenched, a low hiss escaping through gritted teeth. His face contorted, the stoic mask slipping to reveal a flash of vulnerability that made Tessa's heart clench. "I'm sorry," she said softly, pausing in her ministrations. "I know it hurts, but I need to make sure these wounds don't get infected." Rowan's gaze met hers, a storm of emotions brewing behind those intense eyes. "Don't apologize," he growled, his voice low and rough. "You're helping. I'm not used to that." Tessa resumed her task, carefully applying antiseptic to each cut and scrape. The forest seemed to hold its breath around them, the only sounds the gentle rustle of leaves and Rowan's occasional sharp intake of breath. "You know," Tessa ventured, desperate to distract him from the pain, "I've studied the healing properties of various plants in this region. Some of them might help with the pain and speed up your recovery." Rowan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest crossing his face. "You're knowledgeable about such things?" Tessa nodded, a small smile tugging at her lips. "It's part of my work as a biologist. The natural world is full of wonders, if you know where to look." As she spoke, her fingers deftly applied a soothing salve to Rowan's wounds, before wrapping them in clean bandages. She couldn't help but notice the way his muscles tensed beneath her touch, a mixture of pain and something else she couldn't quite identify. "There," Tessa said at last, sitting back on her heels to survey her handiwork. "That should help for now. How does it feel?" Rowan flexed his arm experimentally, wincing slightly. "Better?" he admitted grudgingly. "You have skilled hands?" Tessa felt a flush creep up her neck at the compliment, however gruffly it was delivered. She busied herself with packing away the remaining supplies. How had this enigmatic man ended up so gravely injured in the depths of the forest? And why did she feel so inexplicably drawn to him? As if sensing her unasked questions, Rowan's eyes narrowed slightly. "You want to know what happened?" he stated flatly. Tessa hesitated, her curiosity warring with her desire not to push him. "Only if you want to tell me," she replied carefully. "I'm here to help, not to pry." A heavy silence fell between them, broken only by the distant call of a night bird. Tessa held her breath, wondering if she had overstepped some invisible boundary. Finally, Rowan spoke, his voice tinged with a weariness that seemed to go beyond physical pain. "It's a long story," he said, his gaze drifting to the forest beyond. "One I'm not sure you're ready to hear." Tessa's hands trembled slightly as she finished securing the last bandage, her focus unwavering despite the tremors. She bit her lip, willing her fingers to steady as she smoothed the adhesive edge. The gravity of Rowan's injuries and his enigmatic presence weighed heavily on her, igniting both her scientific curiosity and a deeper, more primal concern. "I hope that's not too tight," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Let me know if you need me to adjust anything." Rowan's eyes, piercing and intense, remained fixed on her face. He drew in a deep, shuddering breath, his broad chest rising and falling with the effort. Tessa couldn't help but notice the way his muscles tensed and relaxed beneath her fingertips, a testament to the strength coiled within his battered frame. "It's fine," he managed, his low voice rough with pain. "You've done more than enough." Tessa's heart clenched at the mixture of gratitude and longing she saw flickering in his gaze. She found herself wondering what experiences had shaped this complex man, what secrets lay hidden behind those guarded eyes. "I'm glad I could help," she said softly, allowing her hand to linger for a moment on his arm. "Just try to breathe through the pain. It should start to ease soon." Rowan nodded, then focused on steadying his breathing. Tessa watched, captivated, as he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, his face a study in controlled vulnerability. "What am I getting myself into?" Tessa wondered, even as she felt an inexplicable pull towards this mysterious stranger. The biologist in her yearned to unravel the enigma before her, while another part, one she wasn't quite ready to examine, longed to soothe away the pain etched in every line of his face. Tessa hesitated, her curiosity warring with her instinct not to pry. Finally, she couldn't resist asking, her voice gentle and filled with genuine concern. "Rowan, if you don't mind me asking, what happened out there? What led to that fight?" Rowan's eyes snapped open, fixing her with an intense gaze that made her breath catch. For a moment, Tessa feared she'd overstepped, but then his expression softened almost imperceptibly. He remained silent for several heartbeats, his gaze shifting away to focus on some distant point beyond the cabin walls. Tessa could almost see the memories playing out behind his eyes, painful ghosts of a past he seemed reluctant to resurrect. When Rowan finally spoke, his voice was low and measured, each word carefully chosen. "It's a long story, one I'm not sure you want to hear." "I do," Tessa assured him, her tone warm with empathy. "If you're willing to share it." Rowan's eyes met hers once more, searching for something. Judgment, perhaps, or pity. Finding neither, he took a deep breath and began. "I was once part of the Red Fang pack, accepted, respected even." His lips twisted in a bitter smile. "Until I wasn't." Tessa leaned in, captivated by the raw emotion in his voice. "What changed?" "Alpha Cain," Rowan growled, his hands clenching into fists. "He framed me, betrayed me, turned the entire pack against me with his lies." The pain in his voice was palpable, and Tessa found herself reaching out instinctively to place a comforting hand on his arm. Rowan stiffened for a moment before relaxing into her touch. "He exiled me," Rowan continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "Cast me out to survive alone in a world that has no place for lone wolves." Tessa's heart constricted as she absorbed Rowan's words, her eyes never leaving his face. She watched as a myriad of emotions flickered across his features: anger, grief, and a deep-seated pain that seemed to radiate from his very core. Her fingers itched to reach out and smooth the furrow between his brows, to offer some tangible comfort, but she held back, sensing he needed space to continue his tale. Rowan's voice trembled as he pressed on. "Cain. He's not just ruthless, he's cruel. The things he's done to maintain control of the pack." He shook his head, eyes darkening with suppressed rage. "I've seen him tear families apart, pit brother against brother, all for his own gain." Tessa swallowed hard, her imagination conjuring vivid images of the atrocities Rowan was describing. "How did you survive?" she asked softly, her voice barely audible over the crackling fire. A mirthless chuckle escaped Rowan's lips. Stubbornness, mostly, and spite. His gaze met hers, a flicker of vulnerability shining through his stoic facade. "I couldn't let Cain win. Couldn't let him break me completely." As Rowan spoke, Tessa found herself drawn deeper into his world, her heart aching for the isolation he must have endured. She wanted to tell him he wasn't alone anymore, that she understood the weight of secrets and the pain of not belonging, but the words caught in her throat, held back by the intensity of the moment. Instead, she listened, bearing witness to his pain and feeling their connection grow stronger with each passing second. Tessa's hand moved almost of its own accord, reaching out to gently rest on Rowan's forearm. His skin was warm beneath her fingers, the coarse hair tickling her palm. She felt the subtle tension in his muscles, a physical manifestation of the turmoil within. "Rowan," she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. "I can't even imagine what you've been through, but I'm here. You're not alone anymore." The warmth of her touch seemed to seep into Rowan's very being. He stared at her hand on his arm, his breath catching in his throat. The wall he'd so carefully constructed around his heart began to crumble, brick by brick. "Tessa, he started, his voice hoarse. He cleared his throat, struggling to find the right words. "I've been alone for so long. I don't know how to let someone in." Tessa's heart raced, her scientific mind analyzing every micro-expression on Rowan's face. She saw fear there, yes, but also a glimmer of hope. "You don't have to figure it out all at once," she said softly. "We can take it one step at a time." Rowan's eyes met hers, a storm of emotions swirling in their depths. "Why?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why would you want to help me?" Tessa's lips curved into a gentle smile. "Because everyone deserves a chance at happiness, Rowan. Even lone wolves." Tessa's eyes glistened with unshed tears as Rowan's story unfolded, each word etching lines of pain across her heart. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the rustling leaves falling silent as if in deference to his tale. "I was cast out," Rowan continued, his voice rough with emotion. "Labeled a traitor, a danger to the pack, but it was all lies, Tessa, all of it." A single tear escaped, trailing down Tessa's cheek. She didn't bother to wipe it away, too engrossed in Rowan's words. Her fingers tightened imperceptibly on his arm, offering silent support. "God, Rowan," she breathed, her scientific mind struggling to reconcile the man before her with the injustices he'd faced. "How did you survive?" Rowan's gaze drifted to the trees, his eyes distant. "I learned to be alone, to trust no one. It was the only way." As he spoke, his voice grew softer, almost vulnerable. The hard edges of his persona seemed to soften, revealing glimpses of the man beneath. "But sometimes," he whispered, "in the darkest hours of the night, I'd find myself longing for connection, for someone to see me, to understand." Tessa's heart clenched, a mix of sorrow and something deeper, something she wasn't quite ready to name. She leaned in, drawn by an invisible thread. "And now?" she asked, her voice barely audible over the renewed whisper of the wind through the trees. Rowan's eyes met hers, a storm of emotions swirling in their depths. "Now," he said, his voice thick with unspoken feelings, "I'm not so sure I want to be alone anymore." Tessa's breath caught in her throat. The weight of Rowan's words settled around them, heavy with implication. She leaned in closer, her voice barely above a whisper as she spoke. "Rowan, I want you to know that I understand, and I accept you, all of you." Her words trembled with emotion, filled with unwavering support and a depth of feeling that surprised even her. "Your past, your pain, your strength, they're all part of who you are. And that person, he's extraordinary." As she spoke, Tessa's mind raced. Her scientific background had always pushed her to seek answers, to understand the world around her. But this connection she felt with Rowan defied logic. It was primal, instinctive, as natural as the forest surrounding them. Rowan's eyes locked onto hers, a mixture of relief and gratitude shining in their depths. For a moment, he seemed unable to speak, his usual gruff exterior crumbling in the face of her acceptance. "Tessa," he finally managed, his voice rough with emotion. "I've spent so long hiding, running. I never thought anyone could—" He trailed off, but Tessa understood. She reached out, her fingers gently brushing his cheek. "You don't have to run anymore," she murmured. "Not from me." As their gazes held, Rowan seemed to come to a realization. His expression softened, a look of wonder replacing the guarded wariness she'd grown accustomed to seeing. "You really do see me, don't you?" he asked, his tone a mixture of awe and vulnerability. Tessa nodded, a small smile tugging at her lips. "I do," she confirmed. "And I'm not going anywhere." The silence that followed was thick with unspoken emotions, yet surprisingly comfortable. Tessa's hand remained on Rowan's cheek, her thumb absently tracing the line of his jaw. She marveled at the contrast between his rough stubble and the unexpected softness of his skin. Rowan closed his eyes, leaning into her touch. His breathing slowed, the tension in his shoulders visibly easing. Tessa watched, fascinated by this transformation. The fierce, guarded man she'd first encountered was giving way to someone more vulnerable, more open. In her mind, Tessa couldn't help but draw parallels to her studies of animal behavior. Trust, once earned, could transform even the most solitary creatures. But this was different. This was more. "I've never—" Rowan began, his eyes still closed. He swallowed hard, struggling to find the words. "No one's ever—" "Shh," Tessa soothed, her voice barely above a whisper. "You don't have to explain." She felt a tremor run through him, saw the muscle in his jaw clench. When he opened his eyes again, they shimmered with unshed tears. "How can you accept this? Accept me?" he asked, his voice husky with emotion. "After everything I've told you?" Tessa's heart ached at the raw vulnerability in his question. She took a deep breath, choosing her words carefully. "Because your past doesn't define you, Rowan. It's shaped you, yes, but it's not all of who you are." Chapter 11. Alpha Cain's icy blue eyes narrowed as he listened to the scout's report, grimacing with each word. The flickering firelight in his den danced across his face, accentuating his sharp features. "You're certain?" Cain's voice was a low growl, barely containing his rising fury. The scout nodded, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. "Yes, Alpha. Rowan was there, and he wasn't alone. A human woman was with him." Cain's nostrils flared, the scent of fear emanating from the scout filling his senses. He relished it, using it to fuel the cold calculation taking shape in his mind. "Tell me everything," he commanded, leaning forward in his chair. "Every detail." As the scout recounted the confrontation in the forest, Cain's made calculations. A human woman, here, in their territory. With Rowan, of all people. The implications were staggering. "Leave me," Cain ordered when the scout finished his report. The younger wolf practically fled the room, leaving Cain alone with his thoughts. He stood pacing the length of his den. The wooden floorboards creaked beneath his weight, a rhythmic counterpoint to the crackling fire. Cain's fingers twitched, itching to sink into Rowan's flesh and tear him apart. But no, that would be too easy, too quick. A smirk tugged at the corner of Cain's mouth as a plan began to form. "Oh, Rowan," he murmured to himself, "you've finally given me the key to destroying you." Cain's mind ran the possible scenarios. The human woman was clearly important to Rowan, important enough for him to risk exposure to fight for her. She was a weakness, a chink in the armor of the reclusive wolf who had eluded Cain's grasp for so long. He stopped before the fireplace, staring into the dancing flames. The heat caressed his face, but it did nothing to thaw the ice in his veins. "I wonder," Cain mused aloud, his voice dripping with malice, "how far you'll go to protect her, old friend. How much you'll sacrifice." He turned, striding to his desk with purpose. Cain pulled out a map of the territory, spreading it across the polished wood surface. His eyes traced the familiar contours, focusing on the area where Rowan had been spotted. "You can't hide her forever," Cain muttered, his finger tracing a path through the forest. "And when I find her, I'll make you watch as I tear your world apart." The Alpha's lips curled into a cruel smile as he envisioned Rowan's anguish, the defeat in his eyes as everything he cared for was stripped away. It would be a sweet victory, long overdue. Cain's hand clenched into a fist, crumpling the edge of the map. "You should have been loyal to me when you had the chance, Rowan. Now you'll learn the price of defiance." With renewed purpose, Cain began to plot. He would need to move carefully, strategically. The human woman was both a target and a tool, and he intended to use her to maximum effect. As the night deepened, Cain's plans took shape, each move calculated to corner Rowan and exploit his newfound vulnerability. The Alpha's laughter, cold and merciless, echoed through the den, a promise of the storm to come. At the dimly light Red Fang Pack's meeting hall, Cain stood at the head of the worn oak table, his piercing blue eyes scanning the room. The air thrummed with tension, a palpable unease settling over the pack members like a heavy fog. "Our scouts have confirmed the human's presence," Cain's voice cut through the silence, sharp as a blade. "She's with Rowan, and that makes her our key to bringing him down." Murmurs rippled through the gathered wolves, a mix of excitement and apprehension. One of the older pack members, his gray-streaked beard quivering, dared to speak up. "But Alpha, involving a human, it's risky. What if she exposes us?" Cain's gaze snapped to the speaker, his lip curling in a barely contained snarl. "Are you questioning my judgment, Gregor?" The older wolf shrank back, shaking his head vigorously. No, Alpha. Of course not. Good. Cain's voice dripped with menace. Because I won't tolerate any hesitation. This human is our chance to finally crush Rowan and secure our dominance. Anyone who stands in the way will be dealt with severely. The room fell silent, the pack members exchanging nervous glances. Cain allowed the tension to build, savoring the fear that radiated from his subordinates. Now, he continued, his tone deceptively calm, here's how we're going to hunt her down. Miles away, deep in the forest, Tessa peered out from behind a thick curtain of leaves. The snap of a twig nearby sent a jolt of adrenaline through her body. They're getting closer, she thought, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. How did I get myself into this mess? The forest, once a sanctuary of scientific wonder, now felt like a green prison closing in around her. Every rustle of leaves, every bird call set her nerves on edge. Rowan? She whispered, her voice barely audible. Where are you? There was no response, just the oppressive silence of the forest. Tessa's mind replayed the events that had led her to this moment. Another branch snapped nearby, louder this time. Tessa's heart leaped into her throat. I have to move, she thought frantically. I can't just sit here and wait to be found. With trembling hands, she gathered her backpack, wincing at every crinkle of the fabric. As she prepared to move, a chilling howl echoed through the trees, much closer than before. Tessa froze, her blood turning to ice in her veins. The sound was filled with menace, a clear message. The hunt was on, and she was the prey. Rowan materialized from the shadows, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. He moved with fluid grace, every muscle taut and ready for action. Tessa, he growled, his voice low and urgent. We need to move. Now. Tessa felt a mix of relief and renewed fear flooding her system. Rowan, I don't know if I can do this. They're everywhere. Rowan's gaze softened for a moment as he looked at her. I won't let them touch you, he said, his words carrying the weight of an unbreakable vow. I'll die before I let Cain or his pack harm you. He reached out, grasping Tessa's hand in his own. The warmth of his touch sent a surge of strength through her. But what about you? Tessa whispered, her voice trembling. You're risking everything for me. Rowan's jaw clenched, a muscle twitching beneath his skin. You're worth the risk, he said simply. Now, we need to prepare. Cain won't stop until he has what he wants. As they moved through the forest, Rowan's eyes constantly scanned their surroundings. He paused occasionally, scenting the air, his body coiled with tension. The Red Fang pack, Tessa began hesitantly. Are they all like Cain? Rowan's expression darkened. No, he said, his voice tight with suppressed anger. Most of them are just scared. Cain rules through fear and intimidation. Going against him means exile at best, death at worst. Tessa shuddered, imagining the oppressive atmosphere within the pack. How can they live like that? Fear is a powerful motivator, Rowan replied grimly, and Cain knows how to exploit it. He's turned the pack into his personal army, each member too afraid to step out of line. As they reached a small clearing, Rowan suddenly stiffened. His nostrils flared, and a low growl rumbled in his chest. They're close, he muttered, pulling Tessa behind him protectively. Remember what I taught you. Stay low, move quietly, and if I tell you to run, you run. No arguments. Tessa nodded, her throat too tight to speak. As they prepared to face whatever was coming, she couldn't help but marvel at Rowan's unwavering resolve. In that moment, she knew without a doubt that he would do anything to keep her safe. Cain's steely gaze swept over the assembled members of the Red Fang pack, his icy blue eyes glinting with calculated determination. The clearing was thick with tension, the air heavy with the scent of fear and anticipation. My brothers and sisters, Cain began, his voice a smooth, dangerous purr. We stand on the precipice of a great opportunity, The human girl represents our chance to finally break Rowan's defiance. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, a mix of excitement and unease. Cain's lips curled into a predatory smile as he continued. Think of the power we'll wield when we bring her in. Rowan will have no choice but to submit, and our pack will reign supreme. A younger wolf, eyes wide with apprehension, dared to speak up. But Alpha, what if Rowan retaliates? He's formidable. Cain's hand shot out, gripping the wolf's throat. Are you challenging my judgment? He snarled, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. The pack watched, frozen, as the young wolf whimpered and shook his head frantically. Releasing his grip, Cain's demeanor shifted, his voice once again smooth and persuasive. I understand your concerns, but together, we are invincible. This is our chance to secure our future, to show the other packs that the Red Fangs bow to no one. As Cain's words washed over them, the pack's resolve visibly strengthened. Eyes glowed with renewed purpose, and heads nodded in agreement. Miles away, oblivious to the plans being laid against her, Tessa felt a chill run down her spine. The forest suddenly seemed more ominous, shadows stretching longer and darker. She turned to Rowan, her voice barely above a whisper. I can't shake this feeling of dread. It's like we're being hunted. Rowan's probing eyes scanned the forest, his muscles taut with tension. He inhaled deeply, nostrils flaring as he caught the faintest trace of an unfamiliar scent. Your instincts are sharp, Tessa, he murmured, his low voice carrying a hint of admiration. We need to move. Now. With swift, purposeful movements, Rowan began gathering supplies, his hands moving briskly as he stuffed a worn backpack with essentials: water, dried meat, a first aid kit. Tessa watched, her heart racing, as he retrieved a set of gleaming daggers from a hidden compartment. Are those silver? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Rowan nodded grimly. Last resort. Cain won't expect it. He paused, meeting her gaze. Tessa, I need you to listen carefully. If things go south, there's a cave system half a mile east. The entrance is hidden behind a waterfall. You'll be safe there. Tessa's mind reeled, the reality of their situation crashing over her like a tidal wave. She wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly feeling small and vulnerable. Rowan, I don't know if I can take this. Your world, it's so dangerous. What if I'm not strong enough? Rowan's expression softened, a rare glimpse of tenderness breaking through his stoic facade. He stepped closer, his calloused hand gently cupping her cheek. You're stronger than you know, Tessa. Your curiosity, your warmth, they're not weaknesses. They're what make you extraordinary. Tessa leaned into his touch, drawing comfort from his presence, but doubt still gnawed at her. But what if I put you in danger? What if I'm just a liability? Rowan's eyes flashed with fierce determination. You're not a liability. You're the reason I'm fighting. For once in my life, I have something, someone, worth protecting. His words hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken emotion. Tessa's breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and something deeper, more primal. In that moment, surrounded by danger and uncertainty, she realized just how intertwined their fates had become. Tessa's fingers trembled as she traced the rough bark of a nearby tree, her senses heightened by the looming threat. The forest seemed to hold its breath, an eerie stillness settling over the landscape. In the distance, a twig snapped, causing her to flinch. They're getting closer, Rowan murmured, his voice low and tense. His eyes scanned the tree line, muscles coiled and ready for action. Tessa swallowed hard, forcing herself to focus. Okay, let's go over the plan again. We need to be absolutely clear on every detail. Rowan nodded, his jaw set with determination. We'll use the river to mask our scent. The current's strong enough to throw them off our trail. And then, Tessa prompted, her scientific mind latching onto the logic of their strategy. We'll double back through the ravine, Rowan continued. It's narrow, which will force them to come at us one by one if they follow. That gives us the advantage. Tessa's brow furrowed in concentration. But won't they expect that? Cain seems too cunning to fall for such a simple trick. A glimmer of pride flashed in Rowan's eyes at her astute observation. You're right. That's why we'll leave false trails leading away from the ravine. It'll buy us time and sow confusion in their ranks. As they spoke, Tessa felt a surge of determination replacing her earlier doubts. Their plan, while risky, was sound. She realized that her knowledge of animal behavior and tracking could be invaluable in this situation. "Rowan," she said, her voice steady now, "I have an idea that might give us an extra edge." Rowan's eyes locked onto Tessa's, curiosity piqued. "What's your idea?" Tessa took a deep breath. "We could use pheromones to our advantage. I've studied wolf behavior extensively, and if we can mask our scents with something that mimics a rival pack's markers, it might throw the Red Fang pack off balance." A glimmer of admiration flickered in Rowan's eyes. "That's brilliant. How would we do it?" As Tessa explained the intricacies of her plan, the forest around them seemed to grow quieter, as if nature itself was holding its breath in anticipation of the coming confrontation. The rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird only served to heighten the tension crackling between them. Rowan nodded, absorbing the information. "It's risky, but it could work. We'll need to move fast." They began gathering the necessary materials, their movements swift and purposeful. Tessa's hands trembled slightly as she worked, but her determination never wavered. She glanced at Rowan, marveling at his calm demeanor. "Aren't you scared?" she whispered, unable to keep the question at bay any longer. Rowan paused, his piercing gaze meeting hers. "Terrified," he admitted softly. "But not for myself. For you." The raw honesty in his voice sent a shiver down Tessa's spine. She opened her mouth to respond, but a sudden thud in the distance silenced her. Rowan's head whipped around, his body tensing. "They're here," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. Tessa's heart hammered in her chest as she saw shadows moving at the edge of the clearing. The Red Fang pack had arrived, and the true test of their plan was about to begin. As the first wolf emerged from the tree line, its eyes glowing with malice, Tessa felt a surge of adrenaline course through her veins. This was it. There was no turning back now. Chapter 12. Rowan's muscles tensed as he caught the faint scent of unfamiliar wolves on the breeze. He held up a hand, signaling Tessa to stop. They crouched behind a thick tangle of brambles, the thorns snagging at their clothes as Rowan strained his ears to catch the conversation drifting from beyond the tree line. "Alpha Cain wants the human girl found," a gruff voice growled. "Says she knows too much about our kind. We're to track her down and bring her in, alive, if possible." "And if not?" another voice asked, a hint of eager malice in the tone. "Then we make sure she can't talk to anyone else." Rowan's jaw clenched, his piercing eyes darting to Tessa. Her face had drained of color, fear etched in every line of her expressive features. He could hear her heart racing, smell the acrid tang of her terror. "Tessa," he murmured, his low voice barely above a whisper. "We need to move. Now." She nodded, her usually warm brown eyes wide with panic. As they retreated deeper into the forest, Rowan thought of the dangers. Cain was coming for Tessa. The realization hit him like a physical blow, churning his insides with a potent mixture of dread and fury. Once they'd put enough distance between themselves and the Red Fang scouts, Rowan pulled Tessa to a stop in a small clearing. She was trembling, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. "What are we going to do?" Tessa asked, her voice cracking. "They're going to kill me, aren't they?" Rowan's hands curled into fists at his sides. The urge to shift, to hunt down Cain and tear out his throat was almost overwhelming. But he knew he couldn't face the Alpha and his entire pack alone. The odds were insurmountable. "No," he growled. The word a promise and a threat rolled into one. "I won't let that happen." Tessa's eyes searched his face, desperate for reassurance. But how can we stop them? There are so many of them, and only 2 of us. Rowan's mind whirred, weighing options and discarding them just as quickly. Then, like a bolt of lightning, an idea struck. It was risky, but it might be their only chance. Not 2, he said, his tone measured. 3. We need Lena. Lena? Tessa's brow furrowed in confusion. Who's Lena? Rowan's gaze grew distant, memories of his former packmate flashing through his mind. Someone I used to know. Someone who might be able to help us outmaneuver Cain. He could see the questions burning in Tessa's eyes, but there was no time for explanations. Every second they delayed increased the danger. Do you trust me? He asked, his intense gaze locking with hers. Tessa hesitated for a heartbeat, then nodded. Yes, she whispered. I trust you, Rowan. The weight of her trust settled on his shoulders, a burden and a balm all at once. Rowan squared his shoulders, determination hardening his features. Then let's go, he said, taking her hand. We need to find Lena before Cain's hunters pick up our trail. As they set off through the deepening shadows of the forest, Rowan only hoped that Lena would be willing to help, that the bonds of their shared past would be enough to overcome the gulf that had grown between them. Because if she refused, Rowan knew with grim certainty that Tessa's life, and his own chance at redemption, would be forfeit. Rowan's muscles tensed as he guided Tessa through the dense underbrush, his senses on high alert. The forest whispered around them, leaves rustling with secrets and shadows dancing at the edge of their vision. He could feel Tessa's rapid heartbeat through their linked hands, matching the urgent rhythm of his own pulse. Stay close, he murmured, his low voice barely audible above the crunch of leaves beneath their feet. We're almost there. As they pushed through a thick cluster of ferns, the trees suddenly gave way to a small moonlit clearing. Rowan's breath caught in his throat as he spotted a familiar silhouette standing motionless at the far edge. Lena Blackwood turned slowly, her sharp gray eyes locking onto Rowan's face. The years melted away in that instant, memories of shared hunts and whispered confidences flooding back. Rowan, Lena said, her voice a mix of surprise and wariness. I didn't expect to see you again. He stepped forward, acutely aware of Tessa's presence at his back. Lena, he replied, his tone carefully neutral. It's been a long time. Lena's gaze flicked to Tessa, then back to Rowan, understanding dawning in her eyes. You're in trouble, she stated, not a question but a certainty. Rowan nodded, tension coiling in his gut. We need your help, he admitted, the words coming out rougher than he intended. Cain, he's hunting us. A flicker of emotion passed across Lena's face, too quick to decipher. She stood silent for a long moment, weighing her options, and Rowan felt the weight of their shared history hanging between them. Finally, Lena's shoulders relaxed infinitesimally. Tell me everything, she said, her expression serious but her eyes filled with a familiar warmth that made hope bloom in Rowan's chest. Rowan took a deep breath, his eyes never leaving Lena's face as he recounted what he had overheard. Cain's planning to hunt Tessa down, he explained, his voice low and urgent. We stumbled upon 2 of his lackeys discussing the plan. They're moving soon, Lena, we don't have much time. As he spoke, Rowan watched Lena's expression shift, her eyes widening with growing concern. The gravity of the situation seemed to settle on her shoulders like a physical weight. Lena breathed, her brow furrowing. Cain's always been ruthless, but this is beyond anything I expected. Rowan's jaw clenched, memories of Cain's cruelty flashing through his mind. We need your help, he repeated, hating the desperation that crept into his voice. You know Cain better than anyone. You know how he thinks, how he operates. Lena's gaze darted between Rowan and Tessa, her sharp mind visibly working through the implications. After what felt like an eternity, She nodded, her expression hardening with determination. "Of course I'll help," she said, her voice carrying a fierce loyalty that made Rowan's chest tighten with gratitude. "Cain's reign of terror has gone on long enough. It's time we put an end to it." Rowan felt a wave of relief wash over him, tempered by the knowledge of the dangerous road ahead. "Thank you, Lena," he said softly, reaching out to clasp her forearm in a gesture of trust and camaraderie. Lena's grip was firm, her eyes blazing with a familiar fire. "We have a lot of work to do," she said, already shifting into planning mode. "And not much time to do it. But together, we might just have a chance." Rowan paced the small clearing, his footsteps silent on the forest floor. Lena leaned against a gnarled oak, her eyes tracking his movements, while Tessa sat cross-legged on a moss-covered log, her face a mixture of fear and determination. "We can't just wait for Cain to strike," Rowan growled, his voice low and intense. "He'll have the advantage if we do." Lena nodded, her lips pursed in thought. "Agreed. We need to take the fight to him, catch him off guard." Tessa's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "But how? We're outnumbered, and Cain knows these woods better than anyone." Rowan paused, his gaze meeting Lena's. A spark of understanding passed between them, born from years of shared experiences. "Not better than us," Lena said, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "We know every secret path, every hidden cave in this forest." Rowan felt a plan forming, his mind working in tandem with Lena's. "If we can lure Cain and his pack into the Whispering Gorge, we can use the echo to our advantage," Lena finished, her eyes lighting up. "Confuse them, separate them." Tessa leaned forward, intrigued. "And then what?" Rowan's expression darkened. "Then we take them down, one by one." As they delved deeper into the plan, discussing potential pitfalls and contingencies, Rowan felt a familiar presence approaching. He turned, just as Eli emerged from the undergrowth, his massive form moving with surprising grace. "Eli," Rowan breathed, relief flooding through him. The wolf's intelligent eyes met his, conveying a depth of understanding that never failed to amaze him. Lena straightened, her gaze fixed on Eli. "We could use his help? As a spy, he'd be invaluable." Rowan nodded, kneeling before his loyal companion. "What do you say, old friend? Up for some reconnaissance?" Eli's ears perked forward, his posture alert yet calm. A low rumble emanated from his chest, not quite a growl, but a clear affirmation. "He understands," Rowan said, his hand resting on Eli's muscular shoulder. "He always does." As they integrated Eli into their plans, Rowan felt a surge of hope. With Lena's cunning, Eli's stealth, and his own determination, they just might have a chance against Cain. The clearing buzzed with focused energy as Rowan, Lena, and Eli prepared for their confrontation with Cain. Rowan sharpened a wicked-looking hunting knife, the rhythmic scrape of stone against steel filling the air. "We'll need more than just weapons," Lena muttered, her nimble fingers weaving intricate knots in a length of sturdy rope. "Cain's always been crafty. We have to outthink him." Rowan grunted in agreement, thinking through possible scenarios. "Eli," he called softly, and the wolf's ears perked up. "You'll be our eyes and ears. Scout ahead, but don't engage. If you catch Cain's scent." Eli's low whine conveyed his understanding. Rowan felt a swell of pride for his loyal companion, tempered by a gnawing worry. "Be careful, old friend," he added, his voice barely above a whisper. As Lena packed provisions into weathered leather satchels, she caught Rowan's eye. "You're sure about this?" she asked, her tone carrying a hint of concern beneath its usual steel. Rowan paused, the weight of their mission settling heavily on his shoulders. "We don't have a choice," he replied, his jaw set with determination. "Cain won't stop until he has Tessa. We have to end this." Lena nodded, her gray eyes flashing with resolve. "Then we end it. Together." As they made their final preparations, Rowan felt a peculiar mix of dread and anticipation coiling in his gut. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, as if sensing the impending conflict. He glanced at Tessa, her presence both a comfort and a reminder of all they stood to lose. "Whatever happens," he said, his voice low and intense, "we protect her, at any cost." Lena's hand found his shoulder, her grip firm and reassuring. "Any cost," she echoed. With a final check of their gear and a shared look of grim determination, Rowan, Lena, and Eli stood ready. The hunt was about to begin, and this time they were the predators. As dusk settled over the forest, casting long shadows across the undergrowth, Rowan took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. The scent of pine and damp earth filled his nostrils, grounding him in the moment. "It's time," he said, his voice low and husky with tension. Lena nodded, her lithe form already poised for action. "Cain's territory lies to the north. We should reach their gathering place by midnight if we move swiftly." Rowan's eyes met Eli's, a silent understanding passing between them. The wolf's ears twitched, alert to every sound in the darkening forest. As they set off, each step took them closer to confrontation. The weight of responsibility pressed down on them, making movements deliberate and cautious. "Lena," Rowan whispered, breaking the tense silence. "If things go sideways—" She cut him off, her voice sharp. "They won't. We've come too far to fail now." Rowan appreciated her conviction, even as doubt gnawed at him. "But if they do, promise me you'll get Tessa to safety, no matter what happens to me." Lena's step faltered for a moment, her expression unreadable in the dim light. "Rowan, Suddenly, Eli's low growl cut through the air, stopping them in their tracks. The wolf's hackles rose, his amber eyes fixed on a point in the distance. Rowan's hand instinctively went to his weapon, every muscle in his body tensing. "What is it, boy?" he breathed. As if in answer, a chilling howl echoed through the trees, followed by another, and another. The Red Fang pack was on the move, and they were closer than anyone had anticipated. Rowan's heart pounded in his chest as realization dawned. Their carefully laid plans were about to be put to the ultimate test, far sooner than expected. He locked eyes with Lena, seeing his own mix of fear and determination mirrored in her gaze. "Looks like Cain's bringing the fight to us," he said grimly, as the howls grew louder, closing in from all sides. Chapter 13. Tessa's restless footsteps echoed through the cabin, each creak of the wooden floorboards a stark reminder of her inner turmoil. She ran her fingers through her long, dark hair, tugging at the ends as her mind raced with doubts. "What am I doing here?" she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. The warm glow of the fireplace did little to chase away the chill that had settled in her bones. She paused by the window, her reflection ghostly against the backdrop of the dense forest beyond. The same trees that had once filled her with wonder now seemed to loom ominously, a constant reminder of how out of place she felt. "I'm just a city girl playing at being a wolf," Tessa said, her words laced with self-deprecation. She pressed her forehead against the cool glass, closing her eyes as she tried to steady her breathing. The image of Rowan's piercing gaze flashed in her mind, causing her heart to clench. How could someone like him, so attuned to this wild world, ever truly accept her? "Stop it," she chided herself, pushing away from the window. "You're a scientist. You should be able to analyze this logically." But logic seemed to have abandoned her. With each pass across the room, Tessa's thoughts spiraled further into uncertainty. What if I can't adapt? What if I'm not strong enough? The questions tumbled from her lips, each one a weight, dragging her down. I don't belong here. I don't belong in his world. She paused, her gaze falling on the small notebook on the bedside table. It was filled with her observations, sketches of plants and animals she'd encountered. For a moment, a flicker of her usual enthusiasm sparked within her. But I want to understand, Tessa whispered, reaching out to touch the worn cover. I want to be part of this. Part of him. The admission hung in the air, heavy with implications. Tessa resumed her pacing, her mind now a battlefield between her fears and her desires. What if I'm not enough? The question escaped her lips, soft and vulnerable. What if I can never truly be what Rowan needs? She wrapped her arms around herself, feeling small and insignificant in the face of the vast, untamed world that Rowan embodied. The warmth and curiosity that usually defined her seemed to have been swallowed by the shadows of self-doubt. I'm just me, Tessa said, her voice breaking slightly. Just a biologist who stumbled into something far bigger than she ever imagined. She stopped in the center of the room, her eyes drawn to the door. Beyond it lay Rowan's world, beautiful, dangerous, and utterly foreign to her. The urge to flee warred with her innate desire to explore, to understand. But isn't that why you came here in the first place? She asked herself, a hint of her usual inquisitiveness seeping back into her tone. To discover something new? Tessa took a deep breath, trying to center herself. She thought of Mara, her best friend back in the city. What would she say if she could see her now? Yeah, she'd probably tell me to stop overthinking and just go for it, Tessa said with a weak laugh. But it's not that simple, is it? The question lingered, unanswered as Tessa resumed her restless pacing. The cabin suddenly felt too small, too confining, mirroring the tightness in her chest as she grappled with her fears and her growing feelings for Rowan. From his vantage point near the tree line, Rowan watched Tessa through the cabin window, his rugged features contorted with worry. His eyes, usually sharp and alert, now held a mix of longing and trepidation. He clenched and unclenched his fists, the internal struggle evident in every taut muscle of his body. She doesn't belong here, he muttered, his low voice barely audible above the rustling leaves. And yet, Rowan's thoughts were interrupted by the soft crunch of footsteps behind him. He tensed, ready to shift at a moment's notice, but relaxed slightly as Lena's familiar scent reached him. You can't keep watching her like this, Rowan, Lena said, her voice calm and measured as she came to stand beside him. Her sleek black hair caught the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees, her gray eyes fixed on the cabin. Rowan grunted in response, his gaze never leaving Tessa. She's doubting herself. I can sense it. Lena nodded, her lithe frame a stark contrast to Rowan's imposing figure. Then perhaps it's time someone offered her a friendly ear, she suggested, already moving towards the cabin with silent, graceful steps. Rowan's hand shot out, catching Lena's arm. What are you doing? He growled, a hint of possessiveness in his tone. Lena raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a slight smirk. What you're too afraid to do yourself, she replied, gently but firmly removing his hand. Sometimes, Rowan, the pack needs more than just strength. It needs compassion, too. With that, Lena continued towards the cabin, leaving Rowan to wrestle with his conflicting emotions in the shadows of the forest. Inside the cabin, Tessa's fingers traced the rough-hewn wood of the windowsill, her brown eyes distant and troubled. She barely registered Lena's entrance until the other woman spoke. Yes, you look like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, Lena observed, her voice soft but direct. Tessa startled, turning to face Lena. I'm just thinking, she stammered, attempting a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Lena settled into a nearby chair, her posture relaxed yet alert. About Rowan? She probed gently. Tessa's shoulders slumped, her facade crumbling. About everything, she admitted, sinking onto the edge of the bed. This world, this life, it's so different from anything I've known. I can't help but wonder if I'm cut out for it. Lena leaned forward, her gray eyes intense. You've shown more strength than you realize, Tessa. The bond between you and Rowan, it's rare and powerful. But what if it's not enough? Tessa whispered, voicing her deepest fear. What if I'm not enough? Outside, hidden among the trees, Rowan paced restlessly. His thoughts whirled like autumn leaves in a storm, each one a sharp reminder of what he stood to lose. Tessa's scent lingered in the air, a constant tantalizing presence that both soothed and tormented him. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. The wolf within him howled for its mate, urging him to claim her, to keep her safe by his side. But the man knew the dangers that lurked in his world, the darkness that could swallow her whole. "I can't lose her," he growled to himself, the words barely audible above the rustling leaves. And yet, Lena's quiet footsteps approached, and Rowan tensed with her returning from the cabin, his senses heightened. He turned, meeting her piercing gaze with a guarded expression. "You're tormenting yourself," Lena observed, her voice low and steady. "I can see it in your eyes, Rowan." He huffed, a sound caught between frustration and resignation. "What would you have me do, Lena? Pretend the dangers don't exist?" Lena's lips curved into a wry smile. "No. I'd have you face them head-on, with Tessa by your side." Rowan's jaw clenched, his inner turmoil evident in the tight set of his shoulders. "It's not that simple." "Love never is," Lena countered, her tone softening. "But it's worth the risk. You know that deep down." Inside the cabin, Tessa stood by the window, her gaze unfocused as she lost herself in thought. The forest beyond seemed to pulse with an energy she was only beginning to understand, much like the connection she felt with Rowan. Her fingers traced idle patterns on the glass as she reflected on her feelings for him. The intensity of their bond both thrilled and terrified her. It was unlike anything she had ever experienced, defying logic and reason. Two pillars she had always relied upon in her scientific pursuits. "What am I so afraid of?" she murmured to herself, her breath fogging the cool glass. The answer came to her slowly, like the gradual lifting of morning mist. It wasn't just the unknown aspects of this new world that unsettled her. It was the deep-seated desire to belong, to find her place within it. Tessa closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. The scent of pine and earth filled her senses, grounding her. She realized that her doubts, while valid, were rooted in fear. Fear of the unknown, yes, but also fear of truly opening herself up to the possibility of finding a home, a purpose, a love that defied all she thought she knew. The creak of floorboards behind her made Tessa turn. Rowan stood in the doorway, his imposing frame filling the space. His eyes, usually guarded, now held a vulnerability that made her breath catch. "Tessa," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "I think we need to talk." She nodded, her heart racing. "I think you're right." Rowan crossed the room, his movements fluid yet cautious, as if approaching a skittish animal. He stopped a few feet from her, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from his body. "I'm scared," Tessa admitted, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. "This world, your world, it's so much bigger than anything I've ever known, and I'm afraid I don't belong in it." Rowan's brow furrowed, a flash of pain crossing his features. "And I'm afraid that I'll drag you into a life you never asked for," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. "That my world will consume you, and you'll resent me for it." Tessa felt a surge of emotion at his words. She reached out, hesitantly placing her hand on his arm. The contact sent a jolt through her, like a current of electricity. "I don't think I could ever resent you, Rowan," she said softly. "But I'm terrified of losing myself, of not being enough in this new reality." Rowan's hand covered hers, his touch gentle yet firm. "You are more than enough, Tessa. Your curiosity, your warmth, your strength. They're unlike anything I've ever encountered. You bring light to my world in ways I never thought possible." Tessa felt tears prick at her eyes. "And you've shown me a depth to life I never knew existed. But how can we navigate this? There's so much uncertainty." Rowan pulled her closer, his forehead resting against hers. "I love you," he murmured. I can't promise it will be easy. But I can promise that I'll be by your side every step of the way." In that moment, with Rowan's arms around her and the forest watching silently beyond the window, Tessa felt a sense of belonging wash over her. It wasn't about fitting perfectly into this new world. It was about creating their own space within it, together. Lena's measured footsteps broke the intimate silence, her presence a grounding force in the room. Tessa looked up, noticing the knowing glint in Lena's sharp gray eyes. "I hope I'm not interrupting," Lena said, her tone carrying a hint of dry humor. "But I thought you two might benefit from a little perspective." Rowan tensed slightly but didn't move away from Tessa. "What kind of perspective?" he asked, his low voice tinged with wariness. Lena leaned against the wall, crossing her arms. "The kind that comes from someone who's seen her fair share of love and loss in this world." Her gaze softened as she looked between them. "You're both scared. That's natural. But fear can blind you to the beauty of what you're building together." Tessa felt a lump form in her throat. "How do we overcome that fear?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "By acknowledging it," Lena replied. "By facing it head-on and realizing that the risk is worth the reward." She moved closer, her presence both comforting and commanding. "Tessa, your curiosity and openness are strengths, not weaknesses. And Rowan, your desire to protect doesn't mean you have to shut everyone out." Rowan's jaw clenched, but Tessa could feel him considering Lena's words. She squeezed his hand, drawing strength from the connection. "It's not just about individual fears," Lena continued. "It's about learning to merge your worlds, to create something new together. That takes courage, but it also takes trust, in yourselves and in each other." As Lena spoke, Tessa felt a shift in the air, a sense of clarity settling over them. She looked at Rowan, seeing the conflict in his eyes slowly giving way to determination. "We've both been running from something," Tessa said softly. "Maybe it's time we run towards something instead." Rowan nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. "Together," he affirmed, echoing his earlier promise. Lena's expression softened, a rare warmth in her usually stoic demeanor. "Love isn't about perfection," she said. "It's about growth, about facing the unknown side by side. You two have something special. Don't let fear rob you of it." As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow through the cabin windows, Tessa felt a sense of peace settle over her. The fears and doubts weren't gone, but they no longer seemed insurmountable. In that moment, surrounded by the warmth of newfound family and the promise of a love worth fighting for, Tessa realized that sometimes the greatest adventures begin when you have the courage to embrace the unknown. Chapter 14. Moonlight filtered through the dense canopy, painting dappled shadows across Tessa's face as she stood before Rowan, her heart thundering in her chest. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the usual nocturnal symphony hushed to a whisper. Tessa's gaze locked with Rowan's piercing eyes, searching their depths for answers to the questions that had plagued her since their first encounter. The air between them crackled with tension, thick with unspoken words and suppressed desires. Rowan's chest rose and fell with rapid breaths, his usual stoic demeanor cracking under the weight of the moment. He took a hesitant step forward, closing the distance between them until Tessa could feel the warmth radiating from his body. "Tessa," he began, his voice low and husky. "I've never been good with words, but I can't keep this inside any longer." Tessa's breath caught in her throat, her mind racing with possibilities. Could he possibly feel the same way she did? Rowan's hands clenched at his sides, his knuckles white with tension. "From the moment you stumbled into my life, you've awakened something in me I thought was long dead. Your curiosity, your passion for life. It's intoxicating." He paused, swallowing hard before continuing, his voice thick with emotion. "I've tried to fight it, to push you away, but I can't deny it anymore. Tessa, I love you." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with significance. Tessa's heart soared, even as her analytical mind struggled to process the implications of his declaration. "Rowan, she began, but he pressed on, the floodgates of his emotions finally open. "I know I'm not an easy man to love. I've got a past I'm not proud of, and there's so much you don't know about me. But when I'm with you, I feel like maybe I can be more than my mistakes. You make me want to be better, Tessa." His voice cracked on her name, raw vulnerability etched across his features. Tessa longed to reach out, to comfort him, but she remained rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. "I don't expect anything from you," Rowan continued, his eyes never leaving hers. "I just needed you to know. Whatever happens next, whatever you decide, I'll respect your choice. But I couldn't go another day without telling you how I feel." As the last words left his lips, silence descended upon the clearing. Tessa's mind whirled with a cacophony of thoughts and emotions, each vying for dominance. Her scientific mind urged caution, reminding her of the complexities of their situation. But her heart, her heart sang with joy at his confession. She opened her mouth to respond, her own declaration of love poised on her lips when a distant howl pierced the night air. Rowan tensed, his gaze snapping to the forest beyond, a reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows of their budding romance. Tessa's breath caught in her throat, the weight of Rowan's words settling over her like a warm blanket. Her eyes, wide with disbelief, shimmered with unshed tears. The forest around them seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them in this moment of raw emotion. "Rowan, she whispered, her voice trembling. The biologist in her wanted to analyze, to question, but her heart knew the truth of his words. She blinked rapidly, trying to process the depth of feeling he'd expressed. Rowan took a tentative step closer, his piercing eyes never leaving hers. With a gentleness that belied his rugged exterior, he reached out, his firm hands cupping her face. His touch was feather-light, as if he feared she might disappear at any moment. Tessa leaned into his warmth, her skin tingling where his fingers made contact. She marveled at how this man, usually so guarded, could convey such tenderness. Her scientific mind catalogued every sensation: the roughness of his palms, the slight tremor in his fingers, the warmth radiating from his skin. "I never thought," Tessa began, her voice barely above a whisper. "I mean, you always seemed so distant, so—" Rowan's thumb brushed across her cheekbone, silencing her. "I know," he murmured, his low voice filled with regret. "I've spent so long pushing people away. But with you, Tessa, it's different. You make me want to let someone in again." Tessa's heart raced, her breath catching in her throat. She gazed into Rowan's eyes, seeing the vulnerability there, the hope mixed with fear. In that moment, she knew she had to be brave for both of them. "Rowan," she began, her voice trembling with emotion, I feel the same way. You've awakened something in me I didn't even know was there." She reached up, placing her hand over his where it rested on her cheek. "I promise you, no matter what challenges we face, I'll stand by your side. We'll be together." A flash of relief crossed Rowan's face, followed by a look of pure adoration. His eyes, usually so guarded, now shone with an intensity that took Tessa's breath away. She watched as he leaned in, her heart pounding in anticipation. Their lips met in a passionate kiss, igniting a fire within Tessa that threatened to consume her. She melted into him, her arms wrapping around his neck as she pressed closer. Rowan's strong arms encircled her waist, holding her as if she were the most precious thing in the world. As they kissed, Tessa's mind raced. "This is it," she thought. "This is what I've been searching for." The forest around them seemed to hum with energy, as if nature itself approved of their union. Time seemed to stand still as Rowan and Tessa lost themselves in the intensity of their kiss. Tessa's world narrowed to the sensation of Rowan's lips on hers, the warmth of his body pressed against her, and the thundering of their hearts beating as one. She could feel every point of contact between them, from the gentle pressure of his hands on her lower back to the way his chest rose and fell with each breath. The scent of pine and earth enveloped them, mingling with Rowan's own unique musk. It was intoxicating, drawing Tessa deeper into the moment. She ran her fingers through his hair, marveling at its softness, so at odds with his rugged appearance. As the kiss deepened, Tessa felt a surge of emotion well up inside her. It was as if every barrier she'd built around her heart was crumbling, leaving her raw and exposed. Yet, in Rowan's arms, she felt safer than she ever had before. Slowly, reluctantly, they broke the kiss. Their foreheads rested against each other as they caught their breath, neither willing to pull away completely. Tessa's eyes fluttered open, locking with Rowan's intense gaze. What she saw there made her breath catch in her throat. Love, longing, and a vulnerability she'd never seen in him before. "Tessa," Rowan whispered, his voice husky with emotion. "I never thought I'd find someone like you." She smiled, her heart swelling with affection. "Neither did I," she admitted softly. "But I'm so glad I did." Rowan's eyes darkened, a flicker of determination igniting within their depths. His hands tightened slightly on Tessa's waist, drawing her impossibly closer. "I promise you, Tessa," he began, his voice low and intense. "I will protect you with everything I am. I'll fight for us, for this love." Tessa's breath caught in her throat, her heart racing at the raw sincerity in Rowan's words. She'd never seen him so open, so vulnerable. It both thrilled and terrified her. "Rowan," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "I love you too." She placed a hand on his cheek, feeling the rough stubble beneath her palm. Her mind flashed to all the mysteries surrounding him, the secrets he still held close. But in this moment, none of that mattered. "I'm not some damsel who needs protecting," Tessa continued, a hint of her usual fire creeping into her tone. "I'll stand by your side, ready to face whatever comes. Our love, it gives me strength I never knew I had." Rowan's eyes widened slightly, a mix of surprise and admiration crossing his features. "You continue to amaze me," he murmured, a rare smile tugging at his lips. Tessa felt a surge of warmth at his words, at the way he looked at her. She thought of all the challenges that lay ahead, the dangers of the forest, the secrets of Rowan's past, the uncertainties of their future. Yet, standing here in his arms, she felt invincible. Rowan's eyes blazed with an intensity that made Tessa's breath catch. Without a word, he pulled her close, his lips meeting hers in a kiss that spoke volumes. It was tender, yet passionate, a perfect balance of raw emotion and gentle care that made Tessa's heart soar. She melted into his embrace, her arms winding around his neck as their bodies pressed together. The kiss deepened, and Tessa felt as if every nerve in her body was alight. She could sense Rowan's strength, his determination in the way he held her. Yet there was also a vulnerability in his touch that spoke of his trust in her. As they kissed, Tessa's analytical mind briefly marveled at the chemical reactions coursing through her body, the rush of oxytocin, the flood of endorphins. But those thoughts were quickly swept away by the sheer intensity of her emotions. This wasn't just biology. This was something deeper, something profound. When they finally parted, both slightly breathless, Tessa kept her eyes closed for a moment, savoring the lingering sensation. As she opened them, she found Rowan gazing at her with a look of wonder and contentment she'd never seen before. "I never thought I'd find this," Rowan said softly, his usual gruffness replaced by a tone of awe. "Someone who understands, who accepts all of me." Tessa felt a wave of peace wash over her, a sense of rightness settling deep in her bones. "We've both found something rare," she replied, her voice warm with affection. "Something unbreakable." Rowan's arms tightened around Tessa, drawing her closer. She nestled her head against his chest, inhaling deeply. His scent was a mix of pine and earth, reminding her of the forest they both loved so dearly. The steady thrum of his heartbeat echoed in her ear, a comforting rhythm that seemed to sync with her own. "I never thought I'd want to let someone in like this," Rowan murmured, his voice a low rumble that Tessa felt more than heard. His fingers traced gentle patterns on her back, each touch sending a shiver down her spine. Tessa lifted her head, meeting his intense gaze. "And I never imagined I'd find someone who understands my passion for nature so completely," she replied, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "It's like you're an extension of the wilderness itself." A ghost of a smile played on Rowan's lips. "Maybe I am," he said cryptically, a hint of his usual mysteriousness returning. Slowly, reluctantly, they began to loosen their embrace. As they stepped back, their hands found each other, fingers intertwining as if unwilling to completely break contact. Tessa's gaze swept across the forest clearing, taking in the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above. The air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, a fragrance that now seemed inextricably linked to Rowan in her mind. "What now?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The enormity of their declaration hung between them, filled with both excitement and uncertainty. Rowan's grip on her hand tightened slightly. "Now," he said, his deep voice tinged with a rare note of optimism, "we forge our path together." Tessa's heart swelled with a mixture of love and anticipation. She had always been drawn to the unknown, to the mysteries of nature waiting to be unraveled. Now, she realized, Rowan represented a new frontier, one she was eager to explore. "I can't wait to see where this journey takes us," she said, a smile spreading across her face. As they began to walk, hand in hand, towards the edge of the clearing, Rowan seemed to sense her thoughts. Chapter 15. Tessa's fingers traced the worn edges of the map spread across the cabin's weathered oak table, her eyes darting between the intricate lines and the faces of her companions. The flickering lantern cast dancing shadows on the walls, mirroring the tension that thrummed through the air. "We need to approach from the east," Tessa said, her voice low but firm. "The terrain there is rougher, but it'll provide better cover." She glanced at Rowan, seeking his approval. His stormy eyes met hers, and a flicker of understanding passed between them. Rowan nodded, his jaw set. "Agreed. Lena and I can create a diversion here." He pointed to a clearing on the map, his calloused finger leaving a faint smudge. "While you and Eli make your way to Cain's stronghold." Lena leaned forward, her sleek black hair falling over her shoulder. "And what about Cain's sentries? They'll be on high alert after our last encounter." Tessa's heart quickened at the memory of their narrow escape. She pushed aside the fear, focusing on the task at hand. "That's where timing becomes crucial," she replied, her mind racing through possibilities. "We need to strike when they're least expecting it." As if sensing her thoughts, Eli padded over to her side, his warm fur brushing against her leg. Tessa absently stroked his head, drawing comfort from his steady presence. She marveled at how quickly she'd come to trust this powerful creature. "What if we waited until nightfall?" Tessa suggested, the idea forming as she spoke. "The cover of darkness would give us a significant advantage. Cain's pack may be strong, but they can't see in the dark any better than we can." Rowan's eyebrows lifted, a glimmer of admiration in his gaze. "That's not a bad idea," he admitted, the ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. Lena nodded, her sharp gray eyes calculating. "It's risky, but it could work. We'd need to move swiftly and silently." As the group continued to discuss the finer points of their plan, Tessa found her gaze drawn to Rowan, the lamplight emanating a warm glow on his rugged features, softening the hard lines of his face. Her heart fluttered traitorously in her chest, and she quickly averted her eyes, focusing on the map once more. "So it's settled then," Tessa said, her voice steadier than she felt. We wait until nightfall, then make our move. She looked around at her unlikely allies, the brooding wolf shifter, the fierce warrior woman, and the loyal wolf, and felt a surge of determination. Together we can put an end to Cain's tyranny once and for all. As the others murmured their agreement, Tessa couldn't help but wonder what the coming night would bring. The forest had already changed her life in ways she never could have imagined. What other secrets and challenges lay hidden in its depths? Whatever awaited them, she knew that her growing bond with Rowan and the others would be her anchor in the storm to come. The inky darkness of night enveloped the forest, transforming the once familiar landscape into a realm of shadows and whispers. Tessa's heart raced as she led the group through the dense undergrowth, her every sense on high alert. The soft rustle of leaves beneath their feet and the occasional snap of a twig seemed deafening in the eerie silence. "Watch your step here," Tessa whispered, pointing out a tangle of exposed roots. Her eyes, now adjusted to the darkness, scanned the path ahead. "There's a small ravine coming up. We'll need to cross it carefully." As they navigated the treacherous terrain, Tessa's mind whirled with a mixture of exhilaration and fear. The forest she loved had become both ally and obstacle in their dangerous mission. She inhaled deeply, drawing strength from the earthy scent of damp soil and pine. "Tessa!" Rowan's low voice rumbled behind her, sending a shiver down her spine. "How much farther?" She paused, orienting herself by the stars peeking through the canopy. "We're about halfway there. The territory border should be just beyond that ridge." As they pressed on, Tessa's thoughts drifted to the incredible journey that had led her here. From a city-dwelling biologist to a key player in a supernatural conflict, it was almost too fantastical to believe. Yet the weight of responsibility settled heavily on her shoulders. "I never imagined my stay here would lead to this," Tessa murmured, more to herself than the others. "But I wouldn't change it for anything." Lena's voice cut through the darkness. "Your knowledge of the forest is invaluable, Tessa. We would be in much more trouble without you." Tessa's chest swelled with pride at the compliment, even as doubt gnawed at her. "I just hope it's enough," she whispered, her words nearly lost in the rustle of leaves. The group crested the ridge, and Tessa's breath caught in her throat. Below them sprawled Cain's territory, a patchwork of moonlit clearings and shadowy thickets. She held up a hand, signaling the others to halt. "We're here," she breathed, her heart pounding. "Cain's pack is down there." Rowan moved silently to her side, his presence both comforting and electrifying. "What do you see, Tessa?" She squinted, her keen eyes picking out details in the silvery landscape. "There's movement near that large oak to the east, and... Wait, do you see that?" Lena crouched beside them, her voice a low whisper. "The gap in their patrol pattern?" Tessa nodded, her mind racing. "It could be our way in, but we need to be sure." As they observed, Tessa's thoughts wandered to the implications of their mission. The fate of both human and wolf communities hung in the balance. She felt the weight of it all pressing down on her, threatening to overwhelm her. "I never thought I'd be strategizing a wolf pack infiltration," she murmured, a hint of gallows humor in her tone. "My professors would be shocked." Rowan's hand found hers in the darkness, a silent gesture of support that sent warmth coursing through her. "You're more than just a biologist now, Tessa. You're a protector of this forest and its inhabitants, both human and wolf." His words bolstered her resolve. She squeezed his hand, grateful for his unwavering faith in her. "You're right. We got this." Tessa's mind whirred, analyzing the terrain and the pack's movements. Suddenly, an idea sparked. "What if we create a diversion?" she suggested, her voice low but tinged with excitement. "We could draw some of Cain's pack away from our main target." Rowan's eyes gleamed with interest. "Go on." "Cain's pack is territorial, right?" Tessa continued, her words quickening as the plan took shape. "If we simulate a rival pack's presence on the outskirts of their territory, it might lure a group away to investigate." Lena nodded, a sly smile playing on her lips. Clever. We could use scent markers and strategically placed howls to sell the illusion. Exactly, Tessa affirmed, her heart racing with a mix of anticipation and nerves. Rowan, you and Lena could lead the diversion. Your knowledge of pack behavior would make it convincing. Rowan's brow furrowed. And you? Tessa glanced at Eli, who sat alert beside them. Eli and I will stay hidden, ready to move once the path is clear. A moment of tense silence followed as they considered the risks. Tessa held her breath, acutely aware of the danger they were about to face. But the alternative, allowing Cain's pack to continue their reign of terror, was unthinkable. Finally, Rowan nodded. It's a solid plan. Lena? I'm in, Lena agreed, her gray eyes glinting with determination. As Rowan and Lena prepared to set the plan in motion, Tessa felt a mix of pride and fear. She watched them disappear into the shadows, their movements fluid and purposeful. Be safe, she whispered, more to herself than to them. Beside her, Eli's massive form impressed, a low whine escaping him. Tessa placed a comforting hand on his fur. I know, boy. I'm worried too. But we have to trust them. Tessa's fingers tightened in Eli's thick fur as they waited, every sense attuned to their surroundings. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the usual nocturnal sounds muted as if nature itself anticipated the coming conflict. A distant howl pierced the night, followed by another. Tessa's heart leaped. That's the signal, she whispered to Eli. It's time. With a deep breath, Tessa rose from their hiding spot, her movements slow and deliberate. Eli matched her pace, his powerful form a comforting presence at her side. They moved forward, each step carefully placed to avoid crunching leaves or snapping twigs. The forest, once so familiar to Tessa, now seemed alien and threatening. Shadows danced at the edge of her vision, and every rustle of wind through the canopy above sent a jolt of adrenaline through her system. Stay close, she murmured to Eli, her voice barely audible. The wolf's ears twitched in acknowledgement, his bright eyes scanning their surroundings constantly. As they navigated around a particularly dense thicket, Tessa's foot caught on an exposed root. She stumbled, catching herself against a tree trunk. The rough bark bit into her palm, and she bit back a hiss of pain. Eli was at her side instantly, his large body shielding her as they froze, listening intently for any sign they'd been detected. After a heart-stopping moment, Tessa released the breath she'd been holding. That was close, she whispered, her voice shaky. Thanks, Eli. The wolf huffed softly in response, and Tessa could have sworn she saw concern in his intelligent eyes. She offered him a weak smile. I'm okay. Let's keep moving. They pressed on, the sounds of conflict growing fainter behind them. Tessa's scientist's mind couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of their plan, even as her heart raced with fear for Rowan and Lena. Finally, after what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, they reached the edge of a moonlit clearing. Tessa's breath caught in her throat as she took in the scene before them. Tessa's eyes locked onto Cain, his imposing figure silhouetted against the moonlight. He stood at the center of the clearing, surrounded by a handful of his most loyal pack members. Their postures were tense, clearly aware that something was amiss. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Tessa felt a surge of determination course through her veins. She glanced at Eli, who met her gaze with unwavering support. This is it, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Are you ready? Eli's low growl was all the confirmation she needed. Tessa recalled every detail of the forest around them. She spotted a cluster of dense ferns to their left, perfect for concealment. Follow me, she breathed, slowly inching towards the cover. As they moved, Cain's voice carried across the clearing. Something's not right. Spread out and search the perimeter. Tessa's heart hammered in her chest. It was now or never. Eli, she whispered urgently, on my signal will... A twig snapped beneath her foot, the sound deafening in the tense silence. Cain's head whipped towards their position. There, he snarled. In that split second, Tessa made a decision. Change of plans, she hissed to Ely. Go! They burst from their hiding spot, Tessa sprinting towards a fallen log while Eli charged directly at Cain. The element of surprise worked in their favor, momentarily stunning Cain and his pack. Tessa vaulted over the log, her mind racing. Use the terrain, she reminded herself. You know this forest better than they do. As chaos erupted around her, Tessa's scientific knowledge merged with her survival instincts. She darted between trees, leading Cain's pack members on a wild chase while Eli engaged their leader. Is this the best you can do, little human? Cain taunted, his voice a menacing growl. Tessa didn't respond, focusing instead on her next move. She spotted a patch of slippery moss and grinned. Let's see how well you know your own territory, she muttered, changing course abruptly. Tessa sprinted towards the moss-covered area, her pursuers hot on her heels. As she reached the slick patch, she leapt gracefully over it, her years of hiking experience evident in her agile movements. Behind her, she heard the satisfying sounds of wolves losing their footing, yelping in surprise. Eli now! She called out, signaling their pre-planned maneuver. Eli, who had been circling Cain with calculated precision, suddenly changed direction. He bounded towards Tessa, his powerful legs propelling him forward with incredible speed. As he reached her, Tessa grabbed onto his thick fur, swinging herself onto his back in one fluid motion. Together, they charged back towards Cain, who stood snarling in the center of the clearing. Tessa's mind raced with possibilities. If we can just isolate him from the others... You think your little tricks will save you? Cain growled, his eyes blazing with fury. Tessa's voice was steady as she replied, This isn't about tricks, Cain. It's about protecting what's right. As they clashed, Tessa and Eli moved as one. Eli's strength and agility perfectly complemented Tessa's quick thinking and strategic mind. She directed their movements with subtle shifts of her weight, while Eli anticipated her intentions with an almost telepathic understanding. Left, Eli, Tessa whispered urgently, spotting an opening in Cain's defense. Eli pivoted smoothly, allowing Tessa to land a solid kick to Cain's flank. The battle raged on, a blur of fur, claws, and determination. Tessa's muscles burned with exertion, but she refused to give in. We can't let him win, she thought fiercely. For Rowan, for the forest, for everything we believe in. As Cain stumbled backward, his eyes widening in disbelief, Tessa and Eli seized their opportunity. With a final, coordinated assault, they drove him to the ground. Cain's body went limp, his fight finally extinguished. Tessa slid off Eli's back, her legs trembling as she stood. The forest around them seemed to exhale, the tension dissipating like morning mist. She placed a hand on Eli's muscular shoulder, feeling his rapid heartbeat beneath her palm. We did it, she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. Eli turned his intelligent eyes to her, a low whine of agreement escaping his throat. Tessa's gaze swept the clearing, taking in the scattered forms of Cain's defeated pack members. The weight of their accomplishment settled over her like a heavy blanket. Freedom, she thought, the word tasting sweet on her tongue. As the adrenaline began to ebb, Tessa felt every ache and bruise. She sank to her knees, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Eli nuzzled her cheek, his warm breath a comforting presence. I hope Rowan and Lena are okay, Tessa murmured, her heart clenching with worry. As if summoned by her thoughts, a rustle in the undergrowth caught their attention. Rowan burst into the clearing, his eyes wild with concern. Behind him, Lena emerged, her movements fluid despite her obvious fatigue. Their gazes locked onto Tessa and Eli, relief flooding their features. Tessa! Rowan called out, closing the distance between them in long strides. He pulled her into a fierce embrace, his strong arms enveloping her. Are you all right? Tessa melted into his warmth, her voice muffled against his chest. We're okay. We won. Lena approached Eli, running her hand along his flank. "You two make quite the team," she said, a rare smile gracing her lips. As they stood together in the aftermath of their victory, a mix of emotions swirled through Tessa. Pride, relief, and an overwhelming sense of joy bubbled up inside her, threatening to spill over. "I can't believe we actually did it," she laughed, the sound tinged with exhaustion and elation. "Cain's reign is over." Rowan pressed a kiss to her forehead, his voice tender. "You were incredible, Tessa. I knew you could do it." Tessa's cheeks flushed at Rowan's praise, her heart swelling with affection. She gazed at each of her companions in turn, overwhelmed by the depth of her gratitude. "We all did this together," she said softly, her voice thick with emotion. "I couldn't have done it without any of you." Eli nudged her gently with his muzzle. "You give yourself too little credit, Tessa. Your knowledge of the forest was invaluable." Lena nodded in agreement. "And your quick thinking with that diversion plan saved us all." Tessa's mind wandered back to their journey, recalling the challenges they had faced and overcome. "It's strange," she mused, "how adversity can forge such strong bonds." Rowan's grip on her tightened slightly. "We've been through hell together," he said, his typically gruff voice softened with affection. "That kind of experience changes you." As the group fell into a comfortable silence, each lost in their own reflections, Tessa found her gaze drawn back to Rowan. His piercing eyes met hers, filled with an intensity that made her breath catch. "Can we have a moment?" she whispered to him, her heart racing. Rowan nodded, leading her a short distance away from the others. As soon as they were alone, Tessa threw her arms around his neck, pulling him close. Tessa inhaled deeply, savoring Rowan's familiar scent of pine and earth. She pulled back slightly, meeting his gaze with a mixture of love and determination. "We did it," she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. "But this is just the beginning, isn't it?" Rowan's hands came to rest on her waist, his touch both comforting and electrifying. "It is," he agreed, his voice low and gravelly. "There's still so much to do, so many things ahead." Tessa nodded, her mind already racing with possibilities. "We need to restore balance to the forest, help the other packs heal from Cain's reign." She paused, her scientific curiosity piquing. "And I want to study how wolf-shifter biology affects the ecosystem. There's so much we could learn." A soft chuckle rumbled through Rowan's chest. "Always the biologist," he teased gently, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Tessa grinned, unapologetic. "It's who I am," she replied. "And now, more than ever, I feel like I can truly make a difference." As they made their way back to the group, Tessa felt a surge of pride as she looked at her companions. Chapter 16. Under a flickering firelight, Rowan had the pack members listening to him. The scent of pine and wood smoke hung heavy in the air, mingling with the earthy musk of his fellow shifters. "We can't sit idle while rival packs encroach on our territory," Rowan said, his low voice carrying across the clearing. "I propose we establish a rotating patrol system along our borders." A murmur rippled through the gathered wolves. Rowan's gaze swept over them, noting the mixture of curiosity and skepticism in their eyes. He pressed on, determination coursing through his veins. "Each night, 2 of us will run the perimeter, marking our scent and watching for any signs of intrusion. We'll rotate the duty, ensuring everyone shares the responsibility." Alpha Marcus leaned forward, his silver-streaked beard catching the firelight. "And you're volunteering to take the first shift, I assume?" Rowan nodded, squaring his shoulders. "Of course I'll take as many shifts as needed to keep our pack safe." A approving rumble passed through the group. Rowan felt proud. He'd spent so long isolating himself, and now here he was, putting himself on the front lines for his pack's protection again. "It's a solid plan," Beta Elena chimed in, her amber eyes gleaming. "But what if we encounter trouble during these patrols?" Rowan had anticipated this question. "We'll develop a series of howl signals to alert the pack. One long howl for a minor threat, 2 for something more serious, and 3 rapid howls if we need immediate backup. As the discussion continued, Rowan found himself fielding questions and suggestions with a confidence he'd never felt before. The respect in his packmate's eyes fueled him, driving away the lingering doubts that had plagued him since his victory over Cain. When the meeting finally adjourned, Marcus approached Rowan, clapping a heavy hand on his shoulder. "You've come a long way, son. The pack is lucky to have you back." Rowan ducked his head, a mix of pride and humility washing over him. "Thank you, old friend. I won't let you down." As the pack dispersed into the night, Rowan's thoughts drifted to Tessa. He wondered what she was doing, if she was making progress in her research. The urge to shift and run to her was almost overwhelming, but he pushed it aside. He had responsibilities now, a purpose beyond his own desires. With a deep breath, Rowan stepped into the shadows of the forest, ready to begin his first patrol. The night air carried whispers of danger and possibility, and for the first time in years, Rowan felt truly alive. Tessa's fingers flew across the keyboard, her eyes flicking between the computer screen and the pile of handwritten notes beside her. The soft glow of her desk lamp cast a warm circle in the otherwise dim laboratory, where the hum of equipment provided a soothing white noise. Cellular regeneration rates in shifters exceed those of normal humans by a factor of, she muttered, squinting at a particularly messy scrawl. Is that a 7 or a 9? With a frustrated sigh, Tessa pushed back from the desk, rubbing her tired eyes. She glanced at the clock. 2:37 a.m. Another late night. But she was too close to a breakthrough to stop now. Standing, she stretched and made her way to the small refrigerator in the corner. As she sipped from a bottle of water, her gaze fell on the corkboard covered in photos and diagrams. At the center was a blurry image of a wolf mid-transformation, its features caught between human and animal. Rowan's face flashed in her mind, and Tessa felt a pang of longing. She shook her head, refocusing on the task at hand. There would be time for personal matters later. Right now, she had a mystery to unravel. Returning to her desk, Tessa pulled up the email from Dr. Eliana Rodriguez, a geneticist specializing in rare mutations. "Dear Dr. Reyes," it began, "your findings on accelerated healing in your test subjects are fascinating. Have you considered the possibility of adaptive DNA sequencing?" Tessa's heart raced as she reread the email. Adaptive DNA sequencing could explain so much about the shifter's ability to transform. But how to prove it? She reached for her phone, hesitating only a moment before dialing. After 3 rings, a groggy voice answered. "Dr. Rodriguez, I'm so sorry for the late hour, but I had a thought about your suggestion." As Tessa launched into an explanation of her latest theory, she felt a familiar surge of excitement. She was on the verge of something groundbreaking. She could feel it. And with experts like Dr. Rodriguez to consult, she was confident she'd crack the code of shifter biology. Hours slipped by as Tessa worked, fueled by determination and endless cups of coffee. When the first rays of dawn began to peek through the lab's windows, she finally allowed herself a moment of rest. Leaning back in her chair, Tessa's thoughts drifted to Rowan once again. She wondered what he was doing, if he was thinking of her too. With a small smile, she turned back to her work. Soon, she'd have answers. For herself, for science, and for the man who had captured her heart in ways she never expected. The door creaked open, and Tessa's heart leapt as Rowan's imposing figure filled the doorway. His piercing eyes softened as they met hers, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Rowan!" Tessa exclaimed, rushing to embrace him. The warmth of his body against hers sent a familiar thrill through her veins. "I've missed you so much." Rowan's strong arms encircled her, his voice a low rumble against her ear. "And I you, Tessa. More than I thought possible." As they parted, Tessa's gaze roamed over Rowan's rugged features, noticing a new scar above his left eyebrow. "How did the pack meeting go?" she asked, her fingers instinctively reaching up to trace the mark. Rowan caught her hand, pressing a gentle kiss to her palm. "It was enlightening," he murmured. "I've got quite a story to tell you." Tessa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "And I have so much to share with you, too. My research has taken some incredible turns." They settled on the worn leather couch, bodies angled towards each other. Tessa couldn't help but marvel at how natural it felt, this closeness between them. "Tell me everything," Rowan urged, his usually guarded expression open and eager. As Tessa launched into an explanation of her findings, her hands gesticulated wildly, her voice brimming with excitement. "I've been exploring the possibility of adaptive DNA sequencing in shifters. It's fascinating, Rowan. The implications are enormous." Rowan listened intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. "What does this mean for shifters like me?" he asked, a hint of vulnerability in his tone. Tessa's heart swelled with affection. "It means we're closer to understanding the biological mechanisms behind your transformations, and potentially, how to protect shifters from those who might exploit this knowledge." A look of pride and admiration crossed Rowan's face, stealing Tessa's breath away. "You're remarkable, Tessa," he said softly. "Your dedication, your brilliance, it's awe-inspiring." Tessa felt a blush creep up her cheeks. "It's all because of you, Rowan. You've opened up a whole new world to me." As they continued to share their experiences, Tessa marveled at how their bond had deepened. With every word exchanged, every shared glance, she felt herself falling deeper in love with this complex, enigmatic man. Tessa's fingers trembled as she adjusted her blouse, smoothing out invisible wrinkles. The hotel room felt claustrophobic, her nerves amplifying every sound. The hum of the air conditioner, the distant ding of the elevator. She turned to her laptop, reviewing her presentation slides for the umpteenth time. "Deep breaths, Tessa," she murmured to herself, inhaling slowly. Her eyes flicked to the clock. 1 hour until showtime. As she gathered her materials, her mind raced. This wasn't just any conference. It was her chance to contribute meaningfully to the scientific community, to shed light on the extraordinary world she'd stumbled upon. Tessa's phone buzzed, a text from Rowan. "You've got this. I believe in you." A smile tugged at her lips, steadying her resolve. She squared her shoulders, grabbed her bag, and headed for the door. In the bustling conference hall, Tessa took her place at the podium. The sea of expectant faces before her made her heart race, but she channeled her nervousness into determination. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, her voice clear and strong, "what I'm about to present challenges everything we thought we knew about genetic adaptability." As she delved into her research, her initial jitters melted away. She spoke with passion and conviction, her words painting a vivid picture of the extraordinary capabilities of shifter DNA. "The implications of this research extend far beyond academic interest," Tessa explained, her eyes alight with enthusiasm. "It opens up new avenues for understanding human potential and our relationship with the natural world." The audience leaned forward, captivated. Tessa could see the spark of curiosity igniting in their eyes, mirroring her own insatiable thirst for knowledge. As she concluded her presentation, a wave of exhilaration washed over her. She'd done it. She'd shared her groundbreaking discoveries with the world. "Thank you," she said, her voice brimming with emotion. "I'm ready for your questions." The applause that erupted was thunderous, washing over Tessa like a tidal wave of validation. As she stepped down from the podium, her heart raced with a mixture of relief and elation. Dr. Amelia Cortez, a renowned geneticist, approached her first. "Dr. Reyes, your work is nothing short of revolutionary," she said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "The implications for evolutionary biology are staggering." Tessa's cheeks flushed with pride. "Thank you, Dr. Cortez. Coming from you, that means the world." As more colleagues gathered around her, showering her with praise and probing questions, Tessa felt a surge of accomplishment. She'd spent countless nights poring over data, questioning her findings, and now it had all paid off. Your research could redefine our understanding of human adaptability, another scientist chimed in. Have you considered the potential applications in medical science? Tessa nodded eagerly. Absolutely. I believe this could open doors for treating genetic disorders we once thought incurable. As she engaged in passionate discussions with her peers, Tessa caught sight of a familiar figure at the back of the hall. Rowan stood there, his usually impassive countenance beaming with pride. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Tessa felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his unwavering support. Rowan's presence grounded her, reminding her of the incredible journey that had led to this moment. As she turned back to her colleagues, Tessa felt a renewed sense of purpose. This was just the beginning of a new chapter in her life, one filled with endless possibilities and the promise of further discoveries. The gentle lapping of waves against the shore filled the air as Tessa and Rowan sat side by side on a weathered log, their feet sinking into the cool sand. The sun was setting, painting the sky in vibrant hues of orange and pink, reflecting off the calm lake surface. Tessa leaned her head against Rowan's shoulder, a contented sigh escaping her lips. I still can't believe it, Rowan. All those nights of research, all the doubts. It was worth it. Rowan's arm tightened around her waist, his voice low and filled with pride. You're extraordinary, Tessa. I always knew you'd change the world. She tilted her head to look up at him, her brown eyes shimmering with emotion. I couldn't have done it without you. Your support, your insight into the shifter world. It made all the difference. Rowan's usually stoic features softened, a rare smile tugging at his lips. We make quite the team, don't we? Tessa nodded. Speaking of which, I've been thinking about our next steps. There's so much more to explore, so many questions left unanswered. What did you have in mind? Rowan asked, his curiosity piqued. Tessa sat up straighter, her enthusiasm bubbling over. I want to delve deeper into the genetic markers that differentiate shifters from non-shifters. And maybe we could study the pack dynamics more closely? Rowan's brow furrowed slightly, a mix of excitement and apprehension crossing his face. That could be tricky, Tessa. The pack values its privacy. I know, Tessa replied, her voice softening. But think of the potential benefits. We could help shifters understand themselves better, maybe even find ways to ease the transformation process. As they discussed the possibilities, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the grounds. Tessa felt a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins, tempered by the warmth of Rowan's presence beside her. Rowan's eyes glimmered with newfound determination as he considered Tessa's proposal. You're right, he said, his low voice carrying a note of conviction. My knowledge of pack dynamics combined with your scientific expertise. We could uncover truths that have eluded both humans and shifters for generations. Tessa's heart raced with excitement. She reached for Rowan's hand, intertwining their fingers. So you're in? Yes, Rowan affirmed, squeezing her hand gently. But we'll need to tread carefully. The pack's trust is hard-won and easily lost. Tessa nodded, her mind already whirring with possibilities. We'll establish clear boundaries and protocols. Maybe we can start with non-invasive observational studies? As they delved into the details of their joint research project, the moon rose higher in the sky, casting a silvery glow across the waters, the perfectly soothing backdrop to their animated discussion. I never thought I'd find someone who could bridge these two worlds, Rowan mused, his voice tinged with wonder. He turned to face Tessa fully, his piercing gaze softening as it met hers. You've changed everything, Tessa. Overcome with emotion, Tessa leaned in, pressing her forehead against Rowan's. And you've shown me a world I never knew existed, she whispered. In that moment, with the vast expanse of nature surrounding them and the promise of discovery ahead, Tessa felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. She and Rowan were two halves of a whole, their bond transcending the boundaries between human and shifter, science and instinct. Epilogue. Tessa's eyelids fluttered open, her senses gradually awakening to the rustic embrace of the cabin. The first thing she registered was warmth, not just the ambient heat from the dying embers in the fireplace, but the comforting press of Rowan's body against hers. His arm draped possessively over her waist, his chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm against her back. A smile tugged at her lips as the events of the previous night flooded her mind. They were finally together, their connection sealed in the most intimate way possible. The realization sent a thrill through her, mingling with the contentment that settled deep in her bones. She turned slightly, careful not to disturb Rowan, and breathed in the scent of pine and earth that clung to his skin. It reminded her of their first encounter in the forest, when she'd stumbled upon him, a mystery wrapped in silence and intensity. "Good morning," Rowan's voice, thick with sleep, rumbled against her ear. Tessa turned in his arms, her brown eyes meeting his piercing gaze. "Morning," she whispered, her voice carrying a hint of wonder. "Is this real?" A rare smile softened Rowan's rugged features. "As real as the forest outside," he murmured, his calloused hand cupping her cheek. Tessa leaned into his touch, her heart swelling with emotion. She'd always been drawn to the mysteries of nature, but Rowan was an enigma she longed to unravel. "I never thought I'd find this kind of connection out here," she admitted, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. "Neither did I," Rowan replied, his usual gruffness melting away. "You've awakened something in me, Tessa, something I thought was long buried." Their lips met in a tender kiss, lingering and sweet. Tessa savored the contrast between Rowan's rough stubble and the softness of his lips. As the kiss deepened, she marveled at how their bodies fit so perfectly, like two pieces of a long-lost puzzle. When they finally parted, breathless and flushed, Tessa couldn't help but ask, "What happens now?" Rowan's eyes, usually guarded, held a warmth that made her heart skip. "Now," he said, brushing a strand of hair from her face, "we forge our own path." Tessa nodded, a mixture of excitement and trepidation coursing through her veins. She was a scientist at heart, always questioning, always seeking answers. But with Rowan, she was learning to embrace the unknown, to find beauty in the mysteries that life presented. As the morning light filtered through the cabin's windows, leaving a golden glow on their entwined forms, Tessa knew that this was just the beginning of the journey of two souls bound by love and the wild spirit of the forest that surrounded them. Tessa's eyes sparkled with excitement as she propped herself up on one elbow, her dark hair cascading over her shoulder. "Rowan," she said, her voice tinged with enthusiasm, "let's go for a walk outside. I'd love to explore the forest in the morning light." Rowan's lips curved into a smile, his rugged features softening at her suggestion. "Always the curious biologist, aren't you?" he teased affectionately. Tessa grinned, her cheeks flushing slightly. "I can't help it. There's so much to discover out there, especially at this time of day." Stepping out of the cabin, Tessa inhaled deeply, the crisp morning air filling her lungs. The scent of trees and damp earth enveloped her senses, igniting her passion for nature. "Oh, Rowan," she breathed, her eyes widening in wonder. "Look at how the sunlight filters through the trees. It's absolutely magical." Tessa stood transfixed, watching as golden beams pierced through the canopy, illuminating the forest floor. Dewdrops on leaves and grass sparkled like diamonds, creating a mesmerizing tapestry of light and shadow. "I've never seen anything quite like this," she murmured, her scientific gaze capturing every detail. "The way the light interacts with the moisture in the air, the angle of the sun at this hour, it's a perfect confluence of natural phenomena." Rowan's warm hand enveloped hers, his calloused fingers intertwining with her own. The tender gesture sent a shiver down Tessa's spine, a stark contrast to his usually guarded demeanor. He gently tugged her forward, leading them down a narrow path that wound through the trees. "There's a clearing up ahead," he said, his low voice barely above a whisper. It's special. As they walked, Tessa marveled at how Rowan seemed to move in perfect harmony with the forest. His steps were sure and silent, his body relaxed yet alert. She found herself wondering about the years he'd spent here alone in this wilderness. "Rowan," she ventured, curiosity getting the better of her. "How did you discover this place?" He was quiet for a moment, his jaw tightening almost imperceptibly. "It found me," he finally replied, his tone hinting at untold stories. Tessa longed to probe further, but something in his demeanor held her back. Instead, she focused on the tranquility surrounding them. The soft crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the distant call of a woodpecker, the gentle rustle of wind through the trees. It all combined to create a symphony of serenity. As they emerged into a sun-dappled clearing, Tessa gasped in delight. A riot of color greeted her eyes. Vibrant wildflowers carpeted the ground in hues of purple, yellow, and white. "Rowan!" she exclaimed, her face lighting up with childlike wonder. "Look at all these flowers. I've never seen such a diverse collection in one place before." Without thinking, she released his hand and darted toward the nearest patch, her biologist's mind already categorizing the species she recognized. Kneeling down, she gently traced the delicate petals of a purple coneflower. "We should pick some to bring back to the cabin," Tessa suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "They'd brighten up the place beautifully, don't you think?" Tessa's fingers danced among the delicate stems as she arranged the wildflowers in an old mason jar she'd found tucked away in one of the cabin's cupboards. Sunlight streamed through the nearby window, catching on the colorful petals and casting prism-like reflections across the worn wooden table. "There," she murmured, stepping back to admire her handiwork. The bouquet was a vibrant explosion of purple coneflowers, sunny black-eyed Susans, and delicate white Queen Anne's lace. "What do you think, Rowan?" She turned, expecting to find him watching her, but the cabin was empty. Tessa's brow furrowed, a twinge of uncertainty flickering through her. Had she done something wrong? Just as she was about to call out, the scent of sizzling bacon wafted through the air. Tessa's stomach rumbled in response, reminding her how long it had been since their last meal. "Rowan?" she ventured, padding towards the small kitchenette tucked in the corner of the cabin. There he stood, broad shoulders hunched slightly over the ancient stove, a look of intense concentration on his ruggedly handsome face. He glanced up at her approach, the corners of his mouth lifting in a rare, gentle smile. "I thought you might be hungry," he said, his deep voice sending a shiver down her spine. "It's not much, but—" Tessa's heart swelled with affection. "It smells amazing," she assured him, moving closer to peer at the pan. "I didn't know you could cook." Rowan shrugged, a hint of color touching his cheeks. "There's a lot you don't know about me," he murmured, his eyes meeting hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. Tessa's mind whirled, curiosity mingling with a sudden spark of playfulness. As Rowan plated their simple breakfast, she found herself swaying slightly, humming a soft melody under her breath. "You know what we need?" she asked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Rowan raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of curiosity and wariness. "What's that?" Tessa extended her hand, her smile bright and inviting. "A dance!" Rowan's eyes widened, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. I'm not much of a dancer," he admitted, his voice low. "Neither am I," Tessa laughed, her brown eyes sparkling. "But who's here to judge? Come on, humor me." With gentle persistence, she took his strong hand in hers, tugging him away from the table. Rowan followed, his movements hesitant, but his gaze never leaving her face. "There's no music," he pointed out, a hint of amusement creeping into his tone. Tessa closed her eyes, swaying gently. "Listen," she whispered. "The wind in the trees, the birds outside. That's our melody." As if on cue, a soft breeze rustled through the open window, carrying with it the sweet chirping of forest birds. Rowan's posture relaxed slightly, and he placed his free hand tentatively on Tessa's waist. They began to move, their steps clumsy at first but gradually finding a rhythm. Tessa hummed softly, creating a simple tune that blended with the sounds of nature around them. She opened her eyes to find Rowan watching her intently, his usual firm expression softened by something that looked almost like wonder. "See?" Tessa murmured, her heart racing. "Not so bad, is it?" Rowan's lips quirked in a small smile. "I suppose not," he conceded, his voice gruff but warm. As they twirled slowly around the small cabin, Tessa marveled at how right it felt to be in Rowan's arms. The stress and uncertainty of the past week seemed to melt away, replaced by a sense of peace and belonging she'd never experienced before. Their dance slowed, and Tessa found herself lost in Rowan's intense gaze. The air between them crackled with unspoken emotion. The crackling fire drew them like moths to a flame, its warm glow painting their faces in soft hues of amber and gold. Tessa sank onto the plush rug, her fingers intertwining with Rowan's as she tugged him down beside her. "It's so peaceful here," she murmured, leaning into his solid frame. The scent of wood smoke enveloped them, creating a cocoon of intimacy. Rowan's arm wrapped around her, his touch gentle yet possessive. "It is," he agreed, his deep voice rumbling in his chest. "I never thought I'd find this kind of contentment." Tessa tilted her head, studying the play of firelight across his rugged features. "What do you mean?" He was quiet for a moment, his brow furrowed in thought. "I've always been a loner," he finally admitted. "Safer that way, but with you." His eyes met hers, filled with a vulnerability that made her breath catch. "With you, I want more." "What do you want, Rowan?" Tessa whispered, her heart pounding. His fingers traced her cheekbone, featherlight. "A future, a pack, a family." The word hung between them, heavy with promise. Tessa's mind played with visions of what could be. A home filled with laughter, children with Rowan's eyes and her smile, moonlit runs through the forest as a family. "I want that too," she breathed, leaning in to press her forehead against his. "All of it. With you." A laugh bubbled up from her chest, pure joy spilling over. Rowan's own deep chuckle joined hers, the sound mingling with the crackling fire. Their bodies moved closer, limbs tangling as they basked in the warmth of their shared dreams. Tessa's fingers traced idle patterns on Rowan's chest. "Tell me more," she urged. "What does your perfect future look like?" Rowan's eyes softened, a rare smile tugging at his lips. "A cabin like this, but bigger. Room for little ones to run around." His hand trailed down Tessa's side, coming to rest on her hip. "A garden for you, full of those wild flowers you love." Tessa's heart swelled at the image. She pressed a soft kiss to his jaw, savoring the rasp of stubble against her lips. "And what about you? What's your piece of this perfect future?" "A workshop," he murmured, his voice low and intimate. "Where I can craft furniture, teach our children how to work with their hands." The tenderness in his tone made Tessa's eyes prickle with unshed tears. She blinked them away, not wanting to break the spell of the moment. Suddenly, a haunting howl pierced the air outside. Tessa startled, then relaxed as she recognized the sound. "Eli," she whispered, a smile spreading across her face. Rowan chuckled, the rumble vibrating through his chest. "Sounds like he approves." Tessa propped herself up on an elbow, meeting Rowan's gaze. "Do you think he knew? Before we did?" "Wolves are perceptive creatures," Rowan mused, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "He probably sensed our connection long before we admitted it to ourselves." Another howl echoed through the forest, closer this time. Tessa couldn't help but laugh. "I think he's congratulating us." "Or telling us to keep it down," Rowan teased, pulling her close for a deep, languid kiss. As their lips parted, Tessa felt a wave of contentment wash over her. She nestled back into Rowan's embrace, her head resting on his chest. The steady thrum of his heartbeat beneath her ear was a soothing lullaby. "What else do you see?" she murmured, her eyelids growing heavy. Rowan's fingers traced lazy patterns along her spine. "A pack," he said softly. "Not just us and Eli, but others who understand. A community where we can be ourselves, without fear." Tessa hummed in agreement, her mind drifting to the image. "Freedom," she whispered. "Exactly," Rowan agreed, his voice thick with emotion. "No more hiding, no more running." As sleep began to claim her, Tessa clung to these visions of their future. The scent of pine and wood smoke filled her senses, mingling with Rowan's familiar musk. She felt safe, loved, and for the first time in her life, truly at home. "I love you," she breathed, the words barely audible as she succumbed to slumber. Rowan's arms tightened around her. "And I love you, my fierce, beautiful wolf," he murmured, his own eyes drifting closed. Together they slipped into dreams filled with moonlit forests, joyous howls, and the promise of a life lived in harmony with both their human and wolf natures. The end.
This is an exclusive production of the Romance Fiction Club. We hope you had a good time listening. Please like and subscribe so that we can continue creating free content for you to enjoy. Check out our library for more exciting romance stories. Thank you and have a wonderful day. See you soon. Bye-bye.